In 2024, the letters GTP mean the return of the prototype era. But harken back to the days when those letters meant engineers pushed the limits and drivers had to toe the edge. Welcome along to the iRacing Road America 500 as we get set to go racing at one of the greatest tracks in North America with some of the greatest cars to ever be unleashed. My name's Arjuna Kankipati, joined alongside by Ewan O'Leary as we get set to go racing. And Ewan, we've seen plenty of special events amongst the two of us. This is a little bit different. This one's a little bit special.
It is. Nice play on words with the special event. It's two classic cars. Really enjoy seeing and, more importantly, hearing these two machines out on the circuit. We're going to have a lot of fun with these two today. Multi-class interaction, great racing, good circuit for it as well. And, as you say, harking back to an era that is so different to today.
And, you know, we haven't always had this as an iRacing special event, but in the years that we've had it, both on the official special event calendar and when some of the private community have put these events on, it's a combo that really does know how to thrill. The first Road America 500 in the real world held back in 1957, and then after 10 years away, returned in 1979 with the IMSA GT Championship and a legendary era of racing with the Nissan GTP and the Audi 90 GTO represented here on iRacing. And the best part about it, at least in my opinion, Ewan, this is a race that gonna run just under about 4 hours or so. We were discussing exactly how long the race will be just before we started. You can do it as a solo driver, as we saw last year. It's a great success.
Yeah, but the general consensus I was finding online among the general population anyway was that this race might be a bit too strenuous in terms of manhandling these cars, if you like, for nearly 4 hours. Might be a tricky task on your own, so we'll see whether we get single solo drivers or whether we'll get teams participating, because there didn't seem to be too much agreement on that, but we will see. I guess you can sort of take this race all the way to the modern day. There is still an IMSA race at Road America, of course. As we say, they're so very different. This time around, we're constrained by laps instead of time, which we've had since the early 2000s.
Yeah, like you mentioned, the GTP era in 2024 and indeed 2023 represented in the IMSA Esports Championship. We're great to have this ability to dive back into the past as well. Across of what, let's be honest, is a rather intriguing special event journey. Here's a look at the calendar that's already seeing us strike out 5 famous races as we'll work our way through to December. And after this, we head over to the Nordschleife for the Nürburgring 24-hour race, the Coke 600 and the Indy 500, all in about a 7-day span of time. Ewan is great, and of course those 4 VCO Grand Slams highlighted where drivers can obviously win seats in the IMSA Esports Global Championship.
Yeah, exactly. So that will take us all the way to Petit Le Mans, but we haven't got to wait too long until we get our next instalment of VTO Grand Slam action, although I guess it is a couple of months away still at the Watkins Glen 6 hours. We've got the Nürburgring 24 coming up and Coke 600, a very famous month of May, I think you could say, for sim racing and motorsports alike. That will be a lot of fun, as well as the Indy 500, which I'm sure you're very looking forward to.
Oh, just a little bit. Haven't missed it at all. Have not missed it at all. So great to have it back on the schedule, and more to come, of course, around coverage on that on the iRacing Esports Network, so stay tuned, don't go too far. Qualifying, well, underway right now. Drivers get 8 minutes track to themselves and pressure to really get the most from their machines, and I think in these cars as well, with just 2 laps on the board, you really might want to take that first lap as a bit of a banker lap. Maybe counterintuitive to maybe say out loud, but one of those things just to really think about. One of the favorites, I think, in many ways, going to be this man in the Marshmallow racing car. That's Sean Campbell in the number 26, one of the drivers that was successful in winning his race last year. You can see him fly through the kink now. What are your expectations, though, when it comes to the field at hand, Ewan? Because large class in both respects, I think. I see almost 23 machines, I think, in both the GTPs and the GTOs.
Yeah, they're both very well represented with some great drivers in both as well. You've already gone through a couple in GTP, but just to name some more, Sven Haase here, along with Pablo Arujo Castro is here, Jared Filsell is a very good driver as well, all here. But in the GTOs, we've got some big names as well. Michael Polasek, for example, is in the Audi, so he'll be one to look out for as well as some of the others down there. So it's a high-class field in that respect. It just shows that any iRacing special event will get people to turn out for it, and some of the best drivers in sim racing. But in terms of the race that we're actually going to see, it's a bit of a mystery, really. We don't often see very much of these two cars, or I personally don't anyway, interacting together, if you like. I know it's very popular with an iRacing community that's almost built around these two cars and this classic era of racing, but it's something that's not known very much about, certainly on my side.
And because we don't see much of it, I think it also means that the drivers probably have done a decent amount of practice to get ready for today, understand the strategies, and I think that's going to be quite fun, and understanding, for drivers that don't come to these cars very often, they'll make mistakes plenty, and that's going to change the running order. Campbell and Polishek, by the way, top of the provisional qualifying standings as we run. Polishek finished second in what was a very, very close finish in that GTO class a year ago. Big margins right now through the qualifying orders.
Yeah, there are some, especially in the GTO class. The GTPs are within a second in the top 12 or so, top 10 to 12 are all within a second, which is good to see for them, but it's a little bit more spaced out in that second of the two classes. It will be interesting, as you say, to see whether those regular drivers of these two cars have a bit of an advantage in terms of strategy, because they're going to know a little bit more about these cars. They'll know a bit more about this event and how you're supposed to split and evenly split this race up into however many pieces. As
that's Sean Campbell with a bit of a mistake out of the final corner. It was a couple of drivers with improvements on their second time by in qualifying. We'll see if some of the other drivers will have some more success. Nathan Moore in the WSR Esports butt kicker entries up to 5th. Here comes Jared Filsell trying to lob his way up into the top 10. Lobs it straight up into 4th and about 4/10 off of the mark right now. And only 35 times on the board right now, Ewan. There are plenty of drivers that failed to set a valid lap time the first time by.
They did, and some quick times as well, which means that they probably just nicked an off track somewhere around this circuit. That'll be something to note, as we saw at the start, 50 before you start incurring penalties here in the race. But it's also important in qualifying. I reckon these two cars are not very easy to drive, especially the GTP, to get right for one singular lap and go quick. It's pretty difficult, so something to note, and we're still waiting for a good portion of drivers to set times and get anywhere close in GTO land anyway to Michael Polishek, who's just extended his lead further.
Yep, but here come the rest of the times. There are some team names that are going to make Ewan and I struggle, that's for sure, but it is still half a second at the top of the GTO standings, as that's the satellite racing entry that's grounds itself to a halt. Here comes the ATR Argentos car as Nathwal Cavelgia runs it up into 10th position. Closing stages, though, of the session, Jacob O'Reilly runs his way onto the board. Here comes Pablo Castro, though, who doesn't have a valid time right now and is running around with 30 seconds left to go. He'll be starting at the back of the class, as Sven Haase will do, unless he can get something onto the board this time by. 1:44.532, and Sven Haase to the top.
Wow, that's a surprise. Thought he was going to be one of those having to start from the back as well, but it turns out it just took him a while to get that time on the board. But once he did, it was certainly worth it. He should, I say should, take pole position.
Yeah, I don't think there's anyone out there that has a chance to be able to wake their way back to the top. That, a statement, almost a quarter of a second plus at the front of the field, and thrown in the closing stages. Qualifying done and dusted, but let's be real. Estimated race length around 3 hours and 40 odd minutes, 124 laps for these 500 miles. Ewan, qualifying probably is not going to mean too much. We saw last year attrition played a very, very big part.
I'm sure it will again. It's not the easiest circuit to get around for 500 miles in any car, but these are going to be particularly interesting to watch. The speed difference as well is fairly large. Traffic will be a big factor in this race, not only in terms of managing for the race win, but also for staying out of trouble and avoiding that attrition that you mentioned.
Well, we can get excited about what is to come. Based on last year, we know exactly how frenetic the action is going to be. And in the GTOs, it was a quarter of a second after the almost 500 miles of racing that split our winners. Quarter of a second at the front of the field. Let's run you down through the starting grid, where the gridandgo.com esports car, gridding and going with Haase at the front and Sean Campbell, defending race winner, alongside for Marshmallow Racing. Isaac Fairweather represents the Coach Babe Academy. He's got Pascal Stix in the Corsim Racing colours, which is not orange and white here today. David Toth in the wannabe SRT machine has got Brandon Roseborough in the first of a couple of Hydro Race Geodetic Racing entries here today. Back in 7th, Jared Filsell lobs it up to 7th with fiercely forwards number 11 machine alongside. Andre Castro for S2R Esports is on the edge of the top 10 alongside Nathan Moore in the WSR Esports butt kicker entry. Of course, the winners in LMP2 at the 24 Hours of Daytona earlier this year. Hydrace Geodesic Racing have their second car with Casper Decor 11. Jacob Reed alongside as they roll almost 9/10 off of your pole sitter. David Samsoid alongside the Trek Esports car with Javier Soto for the number 81 rolling alongside Scherer Esports. Team Hoising Velt and Precision Racing Esports line up on row number 9, and we're still rolling through a stacked field. Brad Newman, Javier Sanchez rolling from the back half of the top 20. Of course, Javier Sanchez second in this race a year ago. ATRS and then Zenith along with TT Pool Service Repair and Team PGZ at the back of the class as you begin to get into those with no times, along with Byron Pierce in that BP number 56 and Basic Ollie in the BRT number 30 entry. So 26 are the GTPs. How many of the GTOs? Well, plenty of them, that is for sure. Michael Polishek in the Obsidian Racing Machine going to start strong up front and look to try and go one better as he now lines up with the team that beat him a year ago. The Kozonom Roshat, number 21. I hope I didn't butcher that too badly. Norbert Leitner, the Hungarian, alongside. And then Starlight Racing, Rusty Glacier, 3rd and 4th positions. Slowden confusing F1 Friends Cup line up alongside one another on the 3rd row of the grid. And then going back to 7th, you find the really slow motion racing machine alongside JD Rodriguez. Team Jacob O'Reilly, and then the first of the Why Not Scuderia Dunkasaur machines, ATR Argentos, alongside Why Not Scuderia's second car. Quite like the livery on those machines, and it's a train you see on their outside row as Luis Emerton has Maxime Grenion alongside at the start. Jan Nosek's in a solo team, he tells us. He's got Kieran Sharp for company on the 8th row of the grid, with the Osaka team rolling with Tony Dibden to roll on through the 9th row. Still going through this field and still with times on the board. Prestanda Nomad and Jake Holes. You can follow him and his race on YouTube and Twitch, it would seem. Joe Bard Racing and then Walk Racing 21st and 22nd. First time not on the board there. And then 07 Racing, Blue Chip Racing. Not in a GT3 here today, but rounding out the field as we get ready to go. We took our time through the grid because they have a full formation lap, Ewan, to get ready to go, which for what lies ahead is really their last opportunity to steal them for the race ahead.
Yeah, exactly. It's probably a good idea to have this entire lap just so you can get yourself ready and get yourself prepared for what's going to be a long race this afternoon. As we mentioned, is it going to be these single drivers on their own? Are they going to be working in pairs maybe for this race here today? We will wait and see. As things are looking at the moment, by the way, I'm not sure whether I'm seeing things that are not true. Oh, no, I am indeed. Sorry. I thought the GTPs were starting, or those that didn't qualify anyway, were starting in amongst GTOs. That's not true. They're at the back of the field, which is good. But yeah, they need this to get ready and get themselves warmed up for 124 laps.
You can see as well we have a bit of a split in terms of the cars, which is not necessarily a bad thing. If there's dramas with these GTPs at the start, the GTO is not going to get too caught up with it. And, you know, we talk about this being a race of attrition. We haven't, I think, really touched on why, right? These cars are powerful and they're turbo powered as well, so you sometimes just get a spool that kicks you through a corner and sends the rear end spinning around. And then the Audi 4-wheel drive, it's very unique in the way that you have to race it. It's basically, let's be honest, Ewan, a rally car for the road.
Exactly, yeah, it certainly behaves like one, and I can't imagine how painful the carousel is to go around in 4-wheel drive, by the way. I've not driven that car, but it must be horrendous, the understeer through there, but anyway, that'll have to be tuned out if you can manage it. As you say with the Nissan though, so powerful, turbocharged, really light as well, surprisingly light, and so at slow speeds you can really be caught out.
Right. It's about this time that I'd usually ask for a prediction, but I think our predictions have as good a chance of sticking as throwing things against the wall. But anyway, Ewan, who comes out on top in the GTPs?
I'm going to go for Jared Filsell for no reason at all, actually, just a guess.
He'll lob it up front. What about GTO?
Michael Polishek, qualified on pole. I wouldn't normally go for the pole sitter, but he does seem very strong.
Tell you what, I'll go with Sean Campbell in the Marshmallow Racing car, and Obsidian as well, and Polishek. I think that's probably not a unfair choice. But the pace car's off and away. We've got 124 laps ahead of us of vintage racing. The Nissan storm their way up to the top of Road America, and the green flag flies for 124 laps of racing. Already 3 wide at the front of the field. Oh my heavens! Isaac Fairweather decides it's time to go racing, and Sean Campbell passes Sven Haase as well. We've got cars off into the gravel, but as the GTOs as well now crest over the top of the hill, GTP's diving down to the crucial turn 3 and the run down to the heavy braking zone of turn 5.
Wow, his aggression there, Isaac Fairweather, was rewarded with first place, making it 3 wide off the start. Immediate aggression. He wanted to get out front. He'll have to defend in towards turn 5, but he'll be okay. He'll get the lead. What a start from him.
Down through turn 5 as well. That 2x2 chock-a-block through the prototype class. The Audis now beginning their run down that same stretch as well. I mean, I am amazed. We've had a couple of cars off, but yes, this has been a very tidy start and not really a breakaway building through anything just yet. Side by side for what is 3rd and 4th position between Norbert Leitner and now Slow and Confused, 4th and 5th. So that Slow and Confused machine now working its way forward as Leitner drops back. But this has been a very, very tidy start. And I think what it tells you and all these drivers recognize after the chaos of last year, this race, they've got to be there at the end.
Exactly, you've got to get to the end of this race if you want to win it, as we always say, and that was very much reflected in towards turn 1. Nobody going the whole 180 degrees around, other than a couple after turn 1, and we've got some now. As soon as we say no one's been around, there are a few now. Unfortunately, Brad Newman from the Nissans has been in. That's the first GTP casualty in pit lane.
And that was JD Rodriguez and Jacob O'Reilly that came to blows as they came out of the hurry down. But the end of lap number 1's going to see, well, Isaac Fairweather storming his way to the front in dramatic fashion. 3 wide through the opening corner. Feed me some of that. Marshmallow Racing and Sean Campbell slot into line behind. And now we'll have to wait and see gridandgo.com. Can Sven Haase, after being really tested at the start in terms of patience, what's he going to do from here as they dive down and descend? Now, because we had a big separation through the classes, you and already note the pit straight separates the back of the GTP class from the front of the GTOs.
Yeah, so that's a gap of just over 20 seconds in real terms. Now, by the time we get into traffic, I don't think it's going to take very long. The back of the Audi field now only just around 50 seconds ahead of the front of the entire field, so it could be just a few laps away. By lap 5 or 6, we might well be into traffic for the first time.
Oh, goodness, Sean Campbell's involved in all of this. The fiercely forward car is still coming back onto track as it tries to get out of all of that, but whatever has happened has not only seen a bit of a breakaway up front, but the ping pong continues. Fairweather into the wall. Haase takes the lead. What's going on here on lap number 2?
It was started out of turn number 6 where Sean Campbell initially went off. I don't know whether Fairweather was involved in that, but he's now lost the lead after going around, and Sven Haase is at the front. David Toff has got him into second place, but he's just being passed now by Pascal Stix in the Coral Sim Racing car, who's up to second place. Great start from him, but mainly capitalising on the chaos around him.
Well, we thought lap 1 was clean. Lap 2, whole different kettle of fish, and breakaways now potentially starting to build. We'll see what Pascal Stix can do. We can often talk back to some very, very impressive drives in prototype cars of more recent vintage, but here's a look at what happened underneath the Corvette bridge, and Sven Haase goes for it. Wasn't willing to be too much more patient. The Marshmallow machine gets turned, and from there the Chaos Grenade gets set off.
And it was Jared Filsell, was it, in the 4 car that was in the light blue, who just clipped him along the way. So he got into the grass and he tried to light it up to get back on again. He spun around, everybody slows up, and then the fiercely forward car, the 11, gets tipped around. That's Eric Neath at the wheel of that one. Thankfully he wheels himself off the road, and then, well, does he just do that to himself, Isaac Fairweather?
I mean, he's got to. Look at the gap that he's got. Yeah, first he goes in too hot, and then watches in the desperation of what's happening around him. He tries to get up to speed, gets tagged from behind, hard into the wall, and Fairweather's had to bring that down to pit lane. And I mean, clean lap 1, not so clean lap 2.
Yeah, I think David Toff's got damage, by the way, just reading between the lines there, because I think he was the one who hit Fairweather or dealt the final blow, if you like, and now he's lost 2 places in the last couple of laps. I know his last lap would be slow anyway, but his front left seems to be crumpled there, and he's not going at the speed he was previously.
David Samsoyd's lost a couple of positions in the Samsoyd Kanaan Esports entry as they wind their way out of the carousel. Well, I got really excited by that first lap. I thought I could get settled in for maybe a little less attrition. Apparently not. Back to your GTOs, at least momentarily. 4 cars breaking away from those behind, and Norbert Leitner able to get back in front of the slow and confused machine. An important move, it would seem, because those are the cars now starting to be held up in line.
Yeah, I mean, they don't seem to be slow or confused at the moment, actually, in 5th place. I've got to say, they're doing very well to start off, but it's a group of 4 that has sort of stolen a march on the rest of the GTO field at the frontier as they make their way round the right-hander of turn 7. Bit more understeer, I'd imagine, through there as well, and does seem like a little bit of an awkward car to drive. One of those cars that you've really got to learn how to drive. 4-wheel drive is a little bit like front-wheel drive in some respects, that you've sort of got to learn how to do it, and there's very much a rhythm and a knack to it that you don't get by just picking it up 10 minutes before the race.
Without a shadow of a doubt, and I think that's where, you know, these cars have a bit of a cult following on iRacing, so you can find official races with pretty strong fields. Not necessarily all of these drivers you'll see, but on a regular basis you'll be able to find some good competition, as you can often do for any niche car on iRacing. That is to be said. So if you find yourself trying them out, enjoying them, jump onto the forums, find the relevant Discord, and you might find some pretty good and pretty entertaining racing. I mean, there is starting to be that breakaway now at the front between Haase and Pascal Stix, but now you see this train building behind Andre Castro, all running for 4th position. It goes all the way back to 23rd position right now. They are starting to get a little bit more separated here because John Atkinson Jr. had a bit of a slip up and now finds himself seeing side by side behind through the carousel. Not something we say often.
Oh, wow, good save. Oh, no, it wasn't a good save. There's contact afterwards. And a couple of cars in the fence, I'm afraid to say. It is Alex Noga and or one of them, and Xavier Sanchez, the other, who has gone into the wall. I was trying to say good save, because these cars on the grass are not very nice. You can spin around very easily, as we've already seen with Jared Filsell. Unfortunately, it was coming back on the road that sort of created the problem.
Oh, well. High expectations from the opening lap, and poor Javier Sanchez straight back down to pit lane. Not going to be able to contend for the win this time around. Side by side, as that's a move being made for 11th position in Precision Racing Esports. Fabrizio Rivera gets in front of Jared Filsell. Moves being thrown and slung. Trek now past Wannabe Racing and David Toth with the damage that he still has having to deal with. You can see it visually. Going to be hampering the aerodynamic efficiency of his car. And these, let's be honest, rather sleek machines. We were pushing the limits of technology back in the day here with every little bit that we can. Sean Campbell takes advantage of what seemingly is a fresh car, even through all the chaos that he was a part of.
Yeah, he's not particularly got damage there. I guess he wouldn't have. He didn't have major contact with anyone. He doesn't seem to be going slowly at all, but David Toth certainly is as a result of his car. He was up to 2nd at best, by the way, and he's got suspension damage, actually. I didn't quite realise the internals would be damaged too, but it looks like that. I thought it was just aerodynamic, but you saw the way he was soaring at the wheel there. He was turning on the straight, suggesting a suspension fault as well in the early running of this race.
Hope everyone, by the way, is enjoying their weekend wherever you are around the world. Do let us know where you're watching from, who you're cheering for here on the iRacing Esports Network. Joining, of course, Ewan O'Leary and myself, Arjuna Kankipati. Precision Racing Esports passing by the Wannabe SRT machine as they're almost holding in slow motion there. It's going to be one of those races where I think we are just chopping and changing our attention throughout the course of the race, especially now as we get ready, Ewan, to see what traffic's going to feed us.
Yeah, and it's not only seemingly GTO traffic. There's some GTPs right ahead of Sven Haase here. I reckon that's Brad Newman, actually, in the number 1 car. Just up ahead, is it? It's one of the Lobs cars anyway, that is just ahead. And Brad Newman, we have word through, by the way, that he had disconnection early on in this race. Not sure we mentioned that, but it was the early laps, opening couple of laps before the chaos really kicked off. There was already, I'm afraid, problems for Lobs and Brad Newman, who is nearly a lap down.
The battle for what is now fifth in class in the GTOs continues to rumble on as your leading prototype entries carve their way through traffic. Sven Haase, the point man in the Grid and Go car, the first in many ways to get onto the scene, but it is indeed the Lobs machine that is effectively leading him through the traffic. Going to be curious to see how these gaps get broken up as we build our way through the first cycle by. This is, of course, when the cars are at their most packed up together. Traditionally would expect this to be the one where drivers end up losing the most time or gaining the most time with how aggressive they choose to be.
Oh yeah, and we'll see. Andre Castro very nearly finding himself off the road entirely there, but this is the real key in the race. Look at the weaving they've got to do through traffic, and a dive up the inside before the kink as well. That's going to be a danger zone here today. It always is at Road America. There's already seemingly been someone down the grass here on the way towards Canada Corner.
Yeah, I'm getting a little bit concerned by where some of these tyre marks are being left, but hopefully that is just a relic of all the chaos that's already been rather than something indicative of what is still left to come, because remember, 500-mile race, we are going the full 124 laps no matter how long it takes us. All of this, by the way, is really letting the front three start to extend their legs. Casper de Court feeling the pressure from Andre Castro, and Jacob Reed behind's got to watch and decide what he wants to do in that green and gold entry. Decour's going to get pinched here, effectively pinned by the GTO that's now on the outside. Castro gets on forward, move made through traffic.
Yeah, good example of how to use traffic to your advantage. This is a camera angle, isn't it? Goodness me. Fantastic to see Andre Castro get down the inside there, late on the brakes, just utilising the GTO as much as possible. Try and get your rival caught up behind a bit of slower traffic, and you'll find that your pass is a lot easier to make.
Not a bad camera angle. Shout out to the great Dougie Beard for all of his camera work today, track and cars alike. Especially giving us some of those unique angles that, let's be honest, you want to be able to get sometimes in the real world, but logistically you can't. Now that is the fight, by the way, for fifth position that they have just clawed onto the back to. And so now as the prototype cars jink one way then the other, F1 Friends Cup trying to now hold the outside line. Bit of a nervy moment for them as the slow and confused entry just continues to hold its line. This, though, is the joys and beauty of the traffic and why we love it so much. When it works cleanly, there's just some tension that builds that hopefully gets relieved with no major drama.
Yeah, it's always so good to have multi-class traffic out there on the circuit. Always really enjoy having it. It adds so much to a race like this, and you can see it's already creating chances for Jacob Reed. He goes down the inside of Casper de Court, who's now lost 2 places on this lap, the latest of them down into Canada Corner. Now this is at Bill Mitchell Bend, the penultimate corner around this circuit, then the final turn. This quartet still absolutely locked together after a lap of heavy traffic.
And well, you say the traffic giving us the good racing. Unfortunately, I think down into turn 5, chaos ensues as 3 wide. Prototype slings it up the inside and then loses traction onto power, and then another one has a similar thing happen behind. I believe that's the TT Pool Service repair car that ends up the wrong way around and needing the trip back to pit lane.
And look at them queuing up as well to get turned back round again. It's a very awkward place to be, but as we were talking about earlier on, these cars are probably at their most dangerous at slow speed. As Jared Filsell's off again here, I'm afraid, in the number 4 car. It's not been a good start for Lobs. I'm afraid I've given them the kiss of death, and they've got a very crumpled Nissan now. Yeah,
it's just one of those days where it rains, it pours, it doesn't go your way. And a team that we might have expected some decent pace from, given that they are known for racing sometimes, V8 supercars, dealing with these unpredictable sort of machines. Could have maybe thought they'd be able to hold on, but see how it's going to go if they'll be able to roll back out onto track. Meanwhile, front of your GTO field, you can see Obsidian and Satellite Racing. Are they going to be the 2 that stretch their legs? They've broken the gap to Norbert Leitner and Jukka Leskala behind them. To now almost 2 full seconds as still more traffic makes its way on through. Oh, Norbert Leitner almost gets pushed out wide.
Yeah, he certainly does, and he's going to have to bridge that gap now back to second place. This is the very long carousel, of course, and look at the understeer that the Audis have got through here. It's a corner that seemingly goes on forever in any car, but surely it feels a bit longer in this car as we look over the shoulder from Juho Leskala at Norbert Leitner driven car in front, not with an Impulse Racing livery on today, which makes me wonder whether he is on his own instead, racing under his own banner, if you like, with this very Hungarian, I'm going to presume, team name, given that's where he's from. and making commentators, or English commentators anyway, English-speaking commentators, cry by having to say that name, or try to.
I think it's Kozanoma Rossat.
I'll take your word for it.
Close enough, at least. Norbert, don't hold this against us, and you can always come to the commentary booth to let us know how we've been saying it wrong. Don't forget at the end of this race. WSR Esports butt kicker on the climb and getting past Casper de Court, who does seem to be somewhat wanting to push the issue this early in the race. The man behind the 24-hour series esports and the iRacing championships that we broadcast here live on Racebot TV. A couple more of those races coming up, of course, as well to close out the season. So do make sure that you keep an eye on some of the great endurance racing that is still left to come. And I say great racing left to come, Ewan, after we finish, legitimately about 15 minutes after we will be wrapped up with our coverage, our friends over at GSRC have another broadcast of the Road America 500 that will have a great field of drivers as well.
Yeah, there's already been splits, as we've talked about before we came to air. It's a great thing in the iRacing special event. You don't have to race at midday in Europe. You can race at a more suitable time, especially for the Americans amongst you, apart from Arjuna. The next split, probably the best one for you to choose. For the Australians, maybe the one last night, but that's already gone, and we've already got some Australians who'll be racing into the night here and into the early morning. This next 3 hours and a bit, so plenty of iRacing splits as always we have in these special events. But yeah, as you say, so much great endurance racing to come this weekend. And I was going to ask you whether that is the Casper de Court. I've never seen him drive in the flesh, even if I've seen him.
No, I promise you, Ewan, you probably have.
You think?
Yeah,
okay.
Casper's one of those guys that, unlike me, for example, actually makes sure that he finds the time to go and do some racing. So
okay.
You'll always find yourself with the opportunities to go and potentially race the great Casper. And the thing about iRacing as well, as I mentioned, I think I mentioned it on some other broadcasts about, the smaller communities. Even if you don't get as many opportunities to race, the races that you do end up having just end up being that much better, because you're racing usually with people that are experienced in these unique cars, that drive them, set them up, are just living in that world. And so, the Monday night IndyCar coverage that we have, for an example, kind of a bit of a testament to that. So always encourage you to go and seek out these niche communities, because you commentated on Monday nights last season. It can be great.
Yeah, exactly. There's plenty of them as well. I commentate regularly on a Radicals community, which utilises the SR10 that's been in iRacing for a little while now. As you say, that especially when these two cars came out, it was a very popular community built up at that stage. Not sure in what health the community is these days, but as you say, it's sort of more refined and better to race in those, if you like. Maybe a bit too regular for some people who just want to dip in and out, but it's very good for those who really enjoy these cars, and there are plenty of them, because it's such an iconic time in the world of motorsport, especially American motorsport, which had not only this race but so many races around the country in these two cars. And so it's a good community to get a part of if you want to do more than just the Road America 500, which comes up every year.
Yeah, and these drivers in the Lotus 79s, in the Lotus 49s as well, have similar sort of things that happen on GSRC to the broadcast that these drivers have. So do encourage you again to go search out things more relevant to this community if you are interested by what you're seeing. You can get some great racing of these kinds. You don't have to just think that GTP is about the 4 IMSA hybrids that we now have available, as great as those are. This fight for fourth in GTP continues to rumble on. It's now Jacob Reed that runs at the point after he slid to the front, passing the S2R Esports entry of Andre Castro. Pascal Stix has started to drop back, though, from your race leader. So Sven Haase now almost 6 seconds clear. Brandon Roseborough thinking about putting the pressure on to get up to second.
I wonder how much that gap was sort of created in the traffic here, but Haase has been extending the margin ever since last time around. 0.3 of a second was put into Pascal Stix, so that gap only now increasing, and maybe with sort of a lead of his own here, Sven Haase, he can just take it a bit more easy, or sustain at the very least that lead a little bit better. But Pascal Stitz made a really good start to this race. He avoided the chaos, and there was a lot of it going on around him. He's been able to make his way up to second, but now we're getting to the stage of the race where actual speed is becoming very important. And if he doesn't quite have that, then he is going to be exposed in this next phase of the race.
And I guess we're going to see traffic be more regular at this point too. So, you know, your ability to adapt to that's going to be tested. And so often we talk about how traffic's a muscle that needs to be built through repetition rather than through sitting in a classroom, and understanding the unique aspects of both of these cars and what that means in terms of traffic management. They talk about the four-wheel drive Audi. It's basically, again, a rally car for the road. How does that impact how it gets off the corners, for example? How do the GTPs have to be wise to that and maybe not be too aggressive, let's say, in trying to get down the inside, down through turn 5, as we've seen already, because the Audis are going to get up and go just that little bit better off the corner. Gap between second and third holding relatively steady, at least for the time being.
Yeah, it is. I think we've already seen, by the way, an example of how different these two cars get off corners. We saw it down at where was it? Turn 5, I think it was, where one of the Audis got into the back of a Nissan that just struggled to get going again. Maybe had a bit of a slide as the turbo started to give power that wasn't necessary. And the Audi, they can just hit it and go, really, because they've got the extra four-wheel drive and stability that comes with that off of the corners. So we've already seen that interaction, and it goes back again to something we often talk about in multi-class racing, that just because it's the faster car doesn't mean it's faster in every single point of every single corner. You've got to be wary of that as the slower car and the faster car, whichever class that you're in, to make sure that they interact properly, if you like, especially when they're in groups like this, or pairs, as they are at the front of GTO.
And Niels Core has been quite patient so far in the Satellite Racing Core entry. Doesn't really feel the need to go and get too close to the rear bumper. Just gives himself half a car length into every single braking zone, basically. And oh, that wonderful noise. I tell you what, I would love to enjoy that noise a little bit longer, but what has happened to... Oh, wow! Not just to your leader, but to a couple of other cars. There's a car pointed in the wrong direction out of the final corner. Core Sim Racing now leads. Sven Haase still second. What just happened?
Again, another example of Pascal Stick staying out of trouble really well. And he's got a race lead as a reward. We'll have a look at what happened, but there was bodywork all over the road. There was a couple of Audis going off the pace as well down there out of the final corner. Clearly something involving traffic as Sven Haase tried to come through the GTOs for the second time.
Yeah, and well, does that now mean that he's got damage? That car does not look all symmetrical anymore on all four corners. And Brandon Roseborough grabs second away, not a surprise there. Nathan Moore, remember, didn't necessarily qualify too well, back down in 10th. He gets past Andre Castro. He's now up into 5th position. Big charge so far from Basic Ollie, by the way, in the BRT machine. He's plus 11. He's the biggest mover so far today. Let's not dawdle, though, in trying to figure out the what's and maybe who's of what were involved. The replay will tell us more. Haase tries to get past on one and then gets sandwiched between the two.
Yeah, and then as he rejoins, he clips a couple of Audis who then go spinning, and it takes him an age to get back going again, partly because of that Audi that was slightly in the way. And then who's that? That's a lapsed Nissan.
That's
that
Jared Filsell again, by the way.
Oh dear. He's not had a good day. Wrong place, wrong time for him. But what was going on down here? So one Audi seemingly didn't go, and then the one backwards did.
I think this is what we were saying, where Sven Haase has done a lot of endurance racing. Hasn't done that much endurance racing in this car. And again, Audi's four-wheel drive. It's got to be quite patient as to when it gets on the power. And again, Haase has had an issue through the final corner. This time I'm not sure anyone else gets tangled up, but as 4 or 5 cars streak their way on through, an eventful couple of laps for the grid and go entry.
It's a dreadful couple of laps for Sven Haase, unfortunately, and he's going to really begin to hate that final corner with a passion, because it's made him unstuck a couple of times. Now, was this on his own? Yes, it was. You were right on that occasion. It was just a loss of traction out of the final turn. It luckily doesn't hit anything, but gets back going again. What a disaster for Sven Haase, who goes from the lead all the way down to 10th position now.
And we have about an estimated 3 hours and 20 minutes still left to run. This race is going to end up being quite quick, as Jacob O'Reilly's found himself way off at the gravel through turn number 1. This is starting to be wilder and wilder as we start to get into the pit cycles potentially. 14 laps in, we'll talk about that, surely not far away. Campbell's recovery drive, he's only 10 seconds off the lead through all of this. Could he still be in a chance with winning back-to-back here at Road America?
Very much is still in a chance. As long as you keep the car undamaged, I think you've always got a chance in this race, unless you're laps off the lead. But even the likes of Brad Newman, to be honest, still in with a chance. I know he's lost a bit of speed and places in the last couple of moments, but anyone realistically is in with a chance with the amount of things we see go on so far in this race, incidents especially. It's one of those days where you just got to keep going. You never know where you're going to end up.
It's one of those days where there's actually been so much going on that we haven't even looked at all of the replays, but we might be here until tomorrow if we decided to do that. S2R Esports feel the pressure from Casper de Kort as good run out of the final corner in the iRacing Geodesic Racing entry as they spool up the turbos, kick the cars through the gears. Remember, H-pattern as well for them to all try and use. Now, iRacing does let you use paddle shifters if you don't have an H-pattern. You still have to sometimes do the dance on the pedals, though, and blip and all of that. So keep that in mind. These drivers are having to work hard to make the most of their cars. Back through traffic, by the way, once again, as they pass around your race leaders. Still Michael Polishek, Niels Kor running 1 and 2. It's only been about 30 minutes of racing. It feels like it's been a lot longer.
It does feel like that, but it's because we've seen so much action in these first 15 laps. Remarkable start to this race. Thoroughly enjoyed it. And it just gives us a preview, really, I think, as to what we're going to see over the next 110 laps, because it really shows that this race will not be over until it's absolutely over, because the sort of instability of these cars, the sort of these drivers are not refined necessarily in their driving of these cars. A lot of top names in sim racing who clearly don't do a lot of driving in this car, who are making mistakes as a result, and that means that we're just never going to be able to call the race winner until they have definitely crossed the line.
Yes, especially because I remember last year it was only one car that ended up being classified on the same lap as the leader. Now, I know that sounds like the leader was dominant. It was anything but in some ways. It was just the unpredictability of the race that we were being presented as we just saw plenty unfold the deeper we got into the race. And I wonder what weather is going to play, its part into this. Not because these... Oh, well, there's another issue through Canada corner. It was the ATRS machine that got sideways and now it's hidden by the tyre bundles.
It's having a bit of trouble getting out of that as well, so finally now re-emerges, but that will surely go back into hiding in the pit lane, I'm afraid. The number 13 car, ATRS, a lot of endurance racing under their belts now, but unfortunately not a particularly successful start to the race for them on this occasion, as a couple of cars make trips down pit lane, trips that are becoming ever more regular now. We've seen 5 in GTP already, and that's of those who are still up towards the front, never mind those who are either out or nearly out.
And this again is just it's the demand of the rear. Too much engine power, not enough tyre to actually then bite into the ground, and unfortunately that's a big old wallop as well. As back on the live coverage, what's now happened to the Rusty Glacier entry? Of course, Yuko Leskalo was running up in 4th position, now very, very slow down that back straightaway, and that car's not looking right as well, or is it just my eye?
Seems to be driving okay, but hard to tell, really. That straight slightly bends around, doesn't it? Maybe, he's got maybe right hand down, but I don't think it's too bad. Just didn't seem to be quite up to speed on the straight there. I wonder whether that's because he recovered from an incident at turn 3 that sort of meant his run was bad, and that's why it looks slow. Maybe he's okay, damage-wise.
Yeah, this is an awful lot of positions being bled. I think that's the only thing that's a bit worrying, so hopefully there's not anything long-lasting to worry about here. Patience through this carousel section. You can hear it in the throttle application. Let's take a look at the replay, see if it tells us a little bit more. So this is, you can see he's still running behind Norbert Leitner at this point in time.
Oh.
Not all is right, that is for sure.
No. So what you can hear is sort of the squeak, if you like, of the turbo, which normally happens when you lift off throttle. But he seems to be up to speed again now.
It sounds like, wait, let's go back a little bit further.
The out of gear.
I think he got stuck where he couldn't get into gear for some reason, yeah. So he's down, he's in a gear.
But it's that second one. He was in a gear initially, it's that second downshift where he put it into neutral.
And it did sound a little bit unusual in terms of the revs, like it dropped a little bit low. I'm not suggesting it was driver induced, but it didn't sound right, that's for sure.
Well, it might have been, if he's using a H pattern, I suppose that is possible, that he dropped it into neutral himself. If he's on a paddle shift, that's very confusing, and I don't know quite what would have caused that, to be honest with you. And then I guess the part afterwards, I feel like he might have had to slow down a little bit so that when he shifts up again, he doesn't blow the engine, which is a problem. If you've ever shifted into neutral by accident and go, oh, I need to get back into a gear, you've just gone into one, you're going at gear one, you're going 150 miles an hour, you're going to blow everything up. So you need to be careful of that. Not sure whether he had to do that out of turn 3 or not, because as I say, if he's using a H pattern, it doesn't matter, you can just put it into whatever gear you want.
Now someone suggests in the iRacing Esports Network chat that it could have been a forgotten blip that then meant there wasn't enough revs to actually get it into the next gear, but that's why I did wonder, you know, it sounded a little bit low in the range. Could that have played its part? Not entirely sure. Speculation from here in the commentary booth as we have our first taker onto pit lane after what seemingly is not an incident. Sven Haase brings the 69 in. Now, it has been involved in its fair share of incidents. I would not be surprised if there is potentially lengthier repair coming. Keep you abreast of that. Joni Hagner going to be sharing the car with Jukka Leskala. Does let us know Jukka needed to hit his H shifter with a fist to get it working, apparently. Not scary at all.
Well, yeah, especially considering we're inside the first 20 laps. How many times is he going to have to do that again throughout today? Because if he does, then he's going to continually lose about 8 seconds periodically through the race. So let's hope that that isn't something that persists throughout the day. As we look at the two leaders again, Michael Polasek, who's basically towing Niels Kor around. I can't imagine how much fuel the number 20 car's saving here.
You say that, but listen, there's some fuel saving going on here as well from your race leading machine. I've got to say, love this perspective as well. You can see the packaging of this car at the rear. It's an interesting machine. It's one of those cars that perplexes many, including myself. Let's listen in. That's a lot of saving.
Goodness me, I felt like he was breathing on the throttle there as well down the straight. I don't know whether that was just my ears or whether it actually was, but it felt to me like there was a bit of breathing on the throttle. There certainly would have been from Niels Kor, as he's very close to the back of Polasek. Now you can see that he's sort of up to speed through the middle section, because Kor was very close to Polasek out of turn 3, suggesting that there was a bit of waiting around going on. Feels like in the middle sector he is pushing.
Here's an incident for the number 10 machine, Jacob Reed, who's now lost out. Nathan Moore takes advantage, works his way up into a podium spot for the WSR Esports butt kicker crew. Now 7 positions gained, just patience seeing them climb their way on forward. Here's at the three-way fight now indeed for the final step on the podium. Jacob Reed's gathered himself back up. Marshmallow Racing, S2R Esports closing as well. This 3-car queue could become 5 very quickly, especially if Sean Campbell starts to make the moves.
Yeah, and so he is on a charge, Sean Campbell. 12 seconds off the lead now, into 6th position. Clearly back up to speed in terms of not making errors either. I think that's going to be key for him, although that was rude, and he's going to find himself in trouble for that. One of the Audis gets him into the wall at turn 7.
Now, Sean Campbell is a driver that usually is pretty good through traffic, I'll be honest. I don't know if that was too bad. I would want to see the look from above that tells us how alongside they were before they got into the actual turn-in zone. Sean Campbell's going to claim he makes the corner. I'm going to suggest he only makes the corner because he sends the Audi off into the wall.
I don't know, I think he was making the corner. I think the problem for me is the fact that the only reason he's dead alongside is because the Audi hits the brakes before the turn. And
well,
so,
the Audi has to hit the brakes before the turn because Sean Campbell goes for the line.
Well, they do also anyway, I think, because the high-speed cornering is not fantastic. because four-wheel drive, what we were talking about earlier on. But as you say, that he hits the brakes just before turning, if you like. And that's why Campbell is alongside. Oh dear, that's a real mess.
And Basic Ollie fans aren't going to like that one because, well, he's immediately on the trip back to pit lane after an incident that saw him tangle with Byron Pierce in the BP number 56. And not much either could do in that situation once the car had gone around. I mean, this is not the Royal Rumble by any means, but the 50 that started, Ewan, we're down to about 40 still left to be running.
Yeah, it's... Oh, and another spin out of turn one for the Precision Racing esports car. Unfortunately, it's been a very attritional first sixth of this race. I'm trying to split this race into even points for strategy purposes, and it's getting to that stage now where you can make this on 6 stints if you're going to choose to do that. But yeah, it's been really attritional, and it just showing again that this Nissan is a difficult car to drive.
Gap at the lead, by the way, is starting to close. It's now 3.2 between Pascal Stix and Brandon Roseborough. So, like we said, don't sleep on this race. It's still going to be building. 26 of the Nissan GTP started this race. We're now down to a situation where 15 of them are left on the lead lap, and 3 of those cars have made trips down to pit lane. Attrition still, with 100 or so laps still left to run. A long way to go here at Road America. And after this, we go over to what, in some ways, is the most difficult special event of the year, Ewan, the Nürburgring 24-hour race.
No, you could say that, or is this more difficult? It's a shorter time scale, I suppose, so that makes a difference. But yeah, it's another one of those races where we're going to see a lot of attrition throughout the duration of it, because it's such a difficult circuit, one of those races where you're racing the racetrack rather than those around you. We say that so often throughout the broadcast of the Nürburgring 24 hours, but it is true, and it's going to be similar in attrition maybe to this race, despite its disparities in length between the two.
And you know, we just come off commentating on the most recent season of the Digital Nürburgring Endurance Series. We had Max Verstappen join us for a handful of races, and let's be honest, some of the races we had that last season were amongst the best races that I think I've ever seen at the Nordschleife, let alone in that series. So quite excited to see how it's going to go. Going to be quite intrigued by which teams we end up seeing in that top split, of course, because as much as it will be about GT3s, the Porsche Cup cars, GT4s and TCRs, the Toyota GR86s as well cannot be forgotten, and the contribution that they bring. There comes your race leader, by the way, Casper de Court. Brandon Roseborough hunting down Core Sim Racing and Pascal Stix, mixed up the 2 Hydro Race Geodesic Racing entries there. Never done that before as a commentator, Ewan. Never.
No, we never make mistakes, actually.
Well, perfect.
As it turns out. Yeah. Are they even similar looking today, Geodesic? It feels like they're not. Unless
question.
Oh no, I'm going a bit mad. Well, they're not that similar, are they?
No, good question. Wait, let me get everything's configured. Bish bash bosh. There you go.
Okay, they're more similar than I thought. They're a little bit different. It's a different shade of yellow, is it? As well,
one of them's an actual team livery. The other one is just an iRacing default.
Okay, so that'll explain the differences, I suppose, between the two. But yeah, Geodesic going for some slightly different liveries today. Regardless, it feels like vintage liveries are around a little bit more on these cars. So, particularly noticed Nathan Moore's livery today for WSR is especially not WSR. Particularly, is it?
It's spectacular, though.
It is. It feels very satellite, actually, which is making me a bit confused.
I want to know what it says now on the rear wing, because I've just noticed there's a bit of text there, so maybe we'll try and get an eye on that at some point. Maybe Casper de Court can get the memo that we need him to close up just a little bit more. Maybe to the point where Andre Castro is, because he'd have a very good look at the rear wing of Sean Campbell, as Campbell opens up the entry into turn 5, but I think because he knows that Castro wasn't going to make the move. It's a situation where, as you build into a race, you do start to understand the tendencies of the drivers around you, what they're going to do, and when they're going to make risky moves. Sean Campbell having some technical issues as he cars his way through traffic.
That's not what you want to see as the driver behind, especially there. I felt like Andre Castro just lifted out of the throttle on the run down towards turn 8 as a result, because just felt the car in front of him, Sean Campbell, dipping in and out of the session slightly, and that's a really nervy place to be, especially for those Audis as well. Where do you go in that situation when you're not entirely sure where the Nissan even is, never mind is going to go?
The traffic giveth and the traffic taketh. It's given a second back to Pascal Stix this most recent lap around. And so now the Core Sim Racing entry leads by 4.5 as it comes over the top of the hill to complete lap number 22. This race steadily starting to head towards its first full pit cycle. There is Norbert Leitner, finds himself 2.3 seconds now off of second place. He is starting to drop back, and maybe more importantly, slow motion racing, or really slow motion racing as that team name implies, not in such slow motion here today.
No, they're doing well for now. Really slow motion racing is quite self-deprecating, very overly so, in fact, considering where they are right now. Wonder where this sort of field is going to be split apart in GTO, to be honest. Polisek and Core are very evenly matched. These two seem evenly matched. And to be honest, if the legacy of the first traffic hadn't split them apart, I think they would still be a 4 at the head of the field, actually. And that is pretty encouraging for the race in terms of our enjoyment. It's going to be interesting to see how they sort themselves out for this race win, but it makes it pretty difficult to figure out where this race is going to be won and lost.
I think based on at least what we're seeing right on cue, it's going to be won and lost, and who gets lucky? Precision Racing Esports. Not quite sure how Fabrizio Rivera is still running, let alone with a relatively clean car.
Yeah, he doesn't seem to have been involved in anything visually, but he certainly has, because we've just seen it down towards turn 5. That was huge contact, and the problem with these cars as well is that it makes it look even more spectacular. They bounce up in the air once they make contact as well. What happened down here? Well, that was not Rivera's fault, I would argue.
Yeah, I think David Sampson just kind of lost the car slightly. You're not going to quite see the hands from this camera angle, but you can just see there's you could, for a moment, you could see the glove. It just slowly had to move, and I think credit where credit's due. At least David Samsoid has now given up the position, and there he is behind Rivera. But pit stop seemingly underway. You can see the left side of the screen. Pit for everybody. 23 laps complete. Here they are, up on the jacks, up for tires and fuel as well. Yeah,
so it's going to be 6 stints, is it, or 5 by the end of today? 23 laps is right on that sort of limit between 5 or 6, whether we'll need a splash and dash towards the end. They'll go up on the jacks as well, as there's been fuel saving from Pablo Rio Castro of Team PGZ, because he is able to go one more.
Now, he did get involved in an incident, so as much as that's good news, I'm not sure how much good news that is. Oh, no. Oh, David Samsoid's been able to keep that out of the wall, although more drama than he would have wanted on that particular lap, and that's going to cost him even more time. Now, we're just waiting, because the beautiful thing about this race, it almost brings a tear to my eye. Fuel and tires needing to be done separately, I think, as off and away we see our race leader Pascal Stix emerge with what is going to be a comfortable lead over those behind. Casper de Court slightly with a shorter pit stop to link up with his HydroRace Geodesic Racing teammate as they now grab net second and third out on track.
Yeah, so de Court is going to need 5 stops today. I was floating the idea earlier as to who's going to need just 4. If you can make it to 25 laps, maybe not on this first time round, because they had the formation lap to deal with as well, but one 24 lap stint and 4 other 25s, you'll make it to 124 laps. Math's not too difficult on that occasion particularly, but 23 laps is a little bit short, so going to need some long stints from people if we're going to see just 4 stops today. That's seemingly unlikely though, unless we see the Team PGZ car in the lead try and do something. I've not seen them in the pit lane, by the way. I know you mentioned an incident for them earlier on. I've not seen them in the pit lane, which is suggesting to me that they have legitimately saved this fuel.
Oh no, they have, but they've already lost about 40 seconds, so that's we'll see how it goes for them. They have come in at the end of lap 24, and again, they had to do a full formation lap, so it adds to the fuel consumption as well. Not going to expect the GTOs in just yet, though. Prototypes have gone around 45, 50 minutes. These GTO machines will go that little bit longer, and so still, Obsidian and Satellite stay out there for a another couple of laps, albeit with Norbert Leitner just now a little bit closer. 2 seconds is margin to the back of second place Niels Kor. He's built up a bit more of a margin to the really slow motion racing team. Swings and roundabouts, ebb and flow of pace for these drivers, you would feel. We'll have to keep an eye on if there are driver changes to come as well. Here comes Pablo Castro into the box. We'll see how long he ends up sitting here and waiting.
Yeah, he's already gone past 30 seconds. We've seen roughly 47 seconds be the norm, but we've seen some short pit stops in there, some slightly longer ones too. Let's see, it's pretty regular from Team PGZ, so they'll slip outside the top 10, I think, if David Toff gets a move on, and he should do, to get into the top 10 on the pit straight. But it's a regular pit stop for Pablo Rio Castro, who will make his way out of pit lane now. It seems that David Toff hasn't been getting his move on. Oh, there he is, just about in time to get inside the top 10 to prove me right. Just about.
But some decent 11s is down on the road as well. But there you can see, I mentioned, has already lost around 40 seconds. 37.5 behind your race leader. Right on the money. Gridandgo.com trying to recover, of course. And they have had a driver change. So is Sven Haase out? It's Jarno Koch that jumps into the number 69. Slides in behind Andre Castro. Now, there are just some wonderful engine noises. And just noises in general with these cars. And I really do miss them. It sounds spectacular. Here's the onboard, though, with the Grid and Go machine. That was quite aggressive on the downshift as well, wasn't it?
Yeah, very much so. And it's such a iconic downshift noise as well, though not maybe as iconic as the Audi. It's absolutely wonderful. That was a late dive down the inside from the 7th placed Andre Castro driven S2R Esports number 5 car, and they'll both get through on the run up towards the straight. But I'm sure we'll be listening in many more times into these two machines. That's one of the great things about this series and these two cars. It's fantastic sounding and looking.
Mm-hmm. Yeah, and you know, IMSA does have the historic racing championship as well, where you know you can go and listen and see these classic racing machines as well. And I'll be honest, this race is making me want to go out to one of those. Someone in the iRacing Esports Network asked, is this heavyweight boxing or a race? You're quite right. Some of these drivers do feel like they are getting ready for UFC 300 later tonight rather than the endurance race that we have here. Nathan Moore gets passed by Jacob Reed, who again had a small mistake, slips back a couple of spots on the fight back now as 4 seconds to close up to the HydraRace Geodesic Racing pair, who already, let's not forget, they left pit lane alongside basically one another. Casper de Court is now almost 5 seconds behind his teammate.
Yeah, not sure where he's losing that time really, but last time around he was 1.2 seconds slower, which would suggest to me on a normal day that it's traffic, but I'm wondering whether his shorter pit stop time is playing into that at some point. Is he just fuel saving a bit as a result of that shorter stop? But to be honest with you, I don't understand why he would do that. What the point of that is, if you're going to do a shorter stop, surely you'd push on the lower fuel, as Michael Polisek gets the fright of his life with 2 GTPs side by side past him.
It's the young Jarno Koch that forces the issue on Andre Castro. That 69 was bouncing all over the inside curb as well. Suspension setup clearly not very compliant, but gives him the grip that he needs to make the move happen. Forward to 7th, and now the impetus to try and close up to Sean Campbell and see if they can close in your race leaders. All of that happening as, yes, they passed your race leader Michael Polishek, but there's Norbert Leitner as well in the draft, and now a 3-horse race once again for the lead in the GTOs.
It should be. Norbert Leitner has been putting on some real speed here, not only to get away from 4th place Akos Borsenyi, but also to get up to these two in the lead of this race. Expecting, by the way, 109 laps from them. They'll get lapped, of course, and they won't continue on after the GTPs. They'll just end the race like a normal race when the checkered flag flies. And people were expecting before this event, anyway, for that to be around 109 laps. 3 times per stint they should be lapped, but they weren't quite lapped for a 3rd time before these stops, I don't think, for GTP. So maybe if you're an Audi driver, you just have to factor in maybe 110, 111, 112 just to be on the safe side when you're figuring out your strategy.
you've just given me a great idea for racing, Ewan, which is that you know how we have multi-class races. Why don't we have the Road America 500, where the GTPs have to finish their 500 miles, and then we still make the Audis finish their 500 miles as well?
Because then the final half an hour or so, when we're waiting for the Audis to finish, will be not very exciting, as there's about 10 left.
Ooh, okay. Now, attrition, yes, plays its part, but I was thinking about it the other way. We give full focus to these cars at the end, and hopefully there's enough of them left to still fight amongst themselves.
Exactly. It's a good idea as long as there is. I feel like it's a good idea in maybe a modern day GT3, because you know that there will be GT3s left and it will be a bit more interesting, especially after the GTPs are gone.
As well.
Sorry?
The cars are so reliable now as well. That's the other thing. Yeah. So.
Yeah. Yeah. I mean, to be honest with you, I don't see. Maybe this is me in Cocoon Land a little bit, but I don't see why IMSA in real life don't do a 500-kilometre race around here. That would take roughly 2 hours 40, so I don't see why not, to be honest. The Road America 500 could very much work.
Sending an email over to my friends at IMSA. Arjuna and Ewan are demanding that we run a Road America 500 with the GTP. We'll get this sorted out sooner rather than later. That's what we are saying. Here comes Sean Campbell, though. Charges past Nathan Moore for 5th position. Next up, Jacob Reed in the charge to try and get back to the front. 17 seconds, though, now off of your race leader. Let's be honest. Let's be realistic. I think that's maybe the better way to phrase it right now. Sean Campbell starting to look like a bit of an uphill task at this point, but you never want to rule him out from being able to charge his way forward.
Yeah, I was going to say, like, I'm not sure it is so much of an uphill task at the moment. Yes, he is losing a lot of time in this traffic, and these overtakes will continue to cost him time. But at the moment, he's not having to make huge strides to catch Pascal Sticks by the end of the race. We've got so many laps to go that he's still requiring less than a tenth a lap to get up to Core Sim Racing and get up to the lead of this race. I'm not counting him out of this one just yet. I think anyone inside the 30-second mark at this stage, which means anyone inside the top 9, can very much still win this race. It's easy to remember, or not easy to forget about the chaos we've seen so far. That can play into anyone's hands.
Yeah, and we've been looking towards the fronts of the field for the most part. Let's give some attention to those still in the race and fighting slightly further back, because one of the Why Not Scuderia Dunkasaur, I think that's how you say that team name, machines with its blue, yellow, orange, purple. What other colors do they have on that livery entry? Well, they've got the Solo team and TCRS running behind them. So Jan Nosek trying to hold off Kieran Sharp as they run back around towards the kink. And it's a fun little fight, all for 9th position.
Yeah, and this is a pair of teammates in 8th and 9th, separated by 4 seconds. So the car at the front of this train would very much like to get up to their teammates and maybe get away from this group as Jan Nosek and Kieran Sharp continue to hound the leading car here. Kieran Sharp is a relatively regular appearer on Racepot TV. He's in the Aztec Simsport GT Challenge that was on Wednesday. Unfortunately, was disqualified from that race, though, so did not score any points that day. But that's in the GT4, a very different experience to what he's having right now.
Just had to bring it up, didn't you? And as well, that's a slightly early pit stop, I think, in some ways for Lewis Emerton and Jan Nosek. Is that maybe just the recognition that they maybe are using a bit more fuel, burning through their tires a bit earlier, but seemingly coordinated. Both of them are in on schedule. Back over to Campbell and Moore, who have passed Jacob Reed in the Marshmallow. Have I been saying Marshmallow this entire time?
Well, it feels like it, but it's so similar anyway, I might not have picked it up in my head, to be fair.
Legitimately, I just noticed that it's not Marshmallow, so I apologize. Marshmallow Racing. Now, what is a marshmallow? We know marshmallows are plush and, squishy little bits of candy, I guess. Is marshmallow hard and not so squishy?
Is that one letter difference makes all that difference, does it? It might well do. I don't know. It might not even be a real thing.
No, apparently that's how you spell marshmallow.
Huh?
Yes, apparently. English is a wonderful language, isn't it?
No, it's not. What is that about?
I said that, by the way, because I was just on a work trip this last week, and we were talking about how joyful English is, again, sarcastically, compared to other languages that have a lot more structure and sense around them. Yes, but marshmallows, you'd think it would be spelled M-E-L-L-O-W. No, it's spelled M-A-L-L-O-W.
Well, I can't tell you how many times I've spelt marshmallow in my life, but I have been spelling it wrong, however many I have, because that is wild.
Wow, this isn't even endurance racing commentary time. This is just genuine information being doled out on the iRacing Esports Network for you.
Yeah, we're educating everyone.
Oh.
I feel like we've just experienced the Mandela effect.
Definitely, 100%, live on RaceSpot TV. Here comes the really slow motion racing machine into pit lane, and this is where the fuel saving surely is kicking in, because we're getting to the lap 30 mark, Ewan, with still your leaders sitting out there comfortably.
Yeah, exactly. How much further are they going to be able to go? And once again, I said earlier on that we're expecting 109 laps for them, but realistically, they don't actually know how many laps this race is going to be, unlike the GTPs, who, if you're at the front of the field, you will know how many laps of fuel you need for the day. In the Audis, that's a less exact science. They're on the 27th lap now, and if they were to be able to get to the end of this one, it's okay. I personally think they need another lap after this one. If you can get to 28 laps throughout the day, maybe not on this first stint, but especially throughout the rest of the day, then you'll be able to get to 112 laps comfortably. Surely you won't be asked to do any more than that in GTO.
We are apparently edutainment, and definitely when you hear Ewan O'Leary diving in towards pit stop strategies and all of that, but never trust the commentator's math. Hopefully you can trust the commentator's strategy. In towards turn one, Shara Esports, Team PGZ fighting. Dustin Hirota gets in front of Pablo Castro, and again, remember, Pablo might indeed be on a very, very different fuel mileage game. That Shara Esports car has already been on track for 19 laps since its last pit stop, and yet to come back down to pit lane, I think, for a subsequent trip. Of course, now champions, Ewan, in the Digital Nürburgring Endurance Series.
Yeah, what a great season they had. It was a wonderfully entertaining season, by the way, as we've already talked about, for a neutral. But Share Esport have really come onto the scene, in my mind, anyway. They were previously at Phoenix. Phoenix Racing in the real world, very much a prominent GT3 team, if you like, an Audi team back in the day. But they've changed their name to Share, and the esports team has fallen into line with that as well in the past year or so when they've changed their name. And what a team they've become. They're one of the best in the Porsche Cup car, let's say, and certainly around the Nürburgring Nordschleife. They won yet another race on Sunday, for example, around that venue. So good in that combination, and showing themselves to be decent in others as well, becoming a good team in the world of sports car racing especially. Yeah,
liking the evolution. They've signed Chris Shorter as well, the South African, so going to be curious to see how they continue to develop. That's, by the way, a very damaged Scuderia Dunkersaur machine that's in pit lane for Maxime Grignon, but Joni Hagner is going to take over from Jukka Leskala in the Rusty Glacier machine. TCRS, Jack Southfield going to jump in there, but we are still waiting for the front three to come down onto pit lane as they extend onto lap 28.
Yeah, this is going to be absolutely fine in terms of making it on 3 stops then for these two. I think anybody doing 27 laps here will be okay. Doing... Yeah, I said 27, didn't I? If you're doing that on the first time around, you will be okay, as long as you don't do that every time. But remember, again, you've had the formation lap, so if you can get to 28 the other times, you will still be doing 111 laps. That should be enough for the leaders, but these two especially will be absolutely fine. Personally, I think Niels Gore will be able to go 1 lap longer than Michael Polasek, actually. I know that we've seen Michael Polasek doing a lot of fuel saving, but Gore will have been doing even more.
I think you have to assume that he's going to at least try and go 1 lap longer. There's no way Michael Polasek has been towing a car around for 28 full laps and not needed to use a little bit more fuel. Surely that would be improbable. But, 1 lap here, could it then switch around the next stint? Could Polasek be the one being drafted around? Norbert Leitner's dropped back again 5 seconds, so we thought it was going to be 3 at the front. It's back down to 2. Polaszek's off to the right. Satellite Racing and Core stay drivers left, and Crest the Hill take the lead and cross onto lap 29.
Yep, and that is a wonderful place to be. What this is helping with now is just shortening that last stop. We're not expecting it to be splash and dash territory for the GTOs today, based on what we've seen in this first stint of the race, but we are expecting that final stop to be crucial. And if you can just shorten it, then you're in the money. By the way, the cars go so high on the jacks. I don't know what that's about, but the tyre changers really do get access to the wheels as they get all four changed here at every stop. They are running for a long time. You would expect them to be changing tyres, I would have thought.
I guess back in the day, the optimization, I'm just trying to think about why cars are lower now, and the logic would be that the lower you make them, the less time it takes to go up and down. And so as technology has improved, teams have been trying to get cars to be lifted as little as possible, whereas back in the day you didn't have the technology available. That's just random speculation spewing from a commentator's mouth, which, let's be honest, probably means I'm wrong.
Well, maybe you might be right. It sounds all right in terms of what might be true. What you also see, if I want to pedal along that theory a little bit more,
do it.
Hopefully it's not misinformation. But look at the way that cars are dropped off the jacks these days. It's almost like they're just dropped from a height almost.
Oh, it's violence, yes.
Yeah, it's not like that. If you we watched one of the cars get lowered earlier as well. It's more gentle. I'm not sure what the reason for that is, but as you say, the dropping it from a height is certainly going into the time thing.
Well, okay, is that because we're using air jacks now a lot more, right? So you plug them in and basically it's just from outside of the car, there's a system that then pneumatically pumps air in, jacks it up very quickly, and similarly jacks it off. Whereas these, without a shadow of a doubt, are the old school, and the poor guy in Formula One that had the worst job in the world of standing there and hoping that the driver didn't miss their marks. That's what they have here, and old school jacks at that. Sean Campbell through to third position, Jarno Koch through to sixth. We're making moves here at the front of the GTP class.
Yeah, and even Hasse and Koch are not out of this race for gridandgo.com esports. Talking about who is out of this race in terms of the running, it's hard to tell at the moment. There's a lot of teams still very much in contention for this race. Surprised at the speed at which Sean Campbell has gotten through on these guys, to be honest with you. But he is now into third position, and Nathan Moore follows him through. Casper de Kort's about to have a bad time. I think he's going to be overtaken quite regularly in the next few laps.
And given that he was 7 seconds shorter than everyone who has now passed him so far, I don't think he's going to be too concerned. The only driver that went for a shorter pit stop than him, at least in this little battle pack, is now the driver behind in the gridandgo.com car. That was only a 38-second pit stop, so there are a couple of compromises being made through the field. It'll be interesting to track how that all plays out. De Kort's now only got 2 more cars behind him in this immediate train, though, to really keep an eye on. Back over with your GTOs. Let's not forget that there's battles through the field as well. Side by side going to build between Bruce Emerton and the 31 machine, the Scuderia Dunkersaw machine. Maxime Grignon also has to watch behind as lights are flashing from the GTPs. TCRS make their way on forward, but all as changing at the front as well, because off of pit lane, Satellite Racing back into second.
Yeah, and they need to get a move on here because Michael Polasek is in danger of getting away in terms of slipstream as well. That will be very, very useful for Polasek, for him to not be towing around Satellite Racing the entire time. His lane time was 1.2 seconds quicker. I'm not sure where he found a lot of that time because he was only 0.2 seconds quicker in his actual stop.
Well, again, don't forget these cars don't have pit limiters, so you're very much bouncing up against the limits of your own foot and how close to the limit you dare run. Jack Southfield's had to bring the TCRS machine back down to pit lane. Not quite sure what that's about, but as ever, don't have to wait long to find out. Let's take a look at the ever-seeing RaceBot TV replay machine, as that's a car already well off on the right-hand side.
Yeah, they've been tipped into that by a GTP at a guess, or by an Audi. There's a couple of cars around. It is a GTP. Actually, a double whammy of GTPs getting into them there. Is that Casper de Kort in the...
It was indeed.
Oh, it was. So I was about to say he's going to get overtaken a lot. Well, I didn't think it was quite going to be like that, but he is down to 8th now.
He is running still with a car that does not look to have too much damage, but has lost out quite considerably in terms of time. Jacob Reed having to fend off Andre Castro for 6th position now. They've lost a lot of ground. I still think it's going to be quite important for these three teams to now work together. If you are Marshmello, WSR Esports, or the Grid and Go machines, you probably know that you have the possibility to close up to core sim racing. If you start fighting you, and that possibility gets very swiftly removed.
It would do, yeah, but I think that Sean Campbell is going to be able to chase down core sim racing. To be honest, Pascal Stix has done well early on here, but he has been benefiting from a lot of chaos around, and now we'll see in a straight fight between him and Sean Campbell just how quick the two of them are. Over the line, Pascal Stix did a 1 minute 47.8 here, and Sean Campbell does a 48.4, so not quick at that turn round, but I still feel like he's being constrained by those around him.
Pass by Castro, now 3 seconds back as he slides on forward on Reed. This is a fun race. It's an interesting one, and while attrition is playing its part, I still feel as though we're in for a blockbuster finish. I guarantee you, as long as these two drivers, Ewan, survive to the end, I don't think they're going to really be battling. I think it's clear fuel mileage is the key differentiator in their minds in this battle for the GTO win.
Yeah, that's going to be so crucial, and now you can see it feels like this race has just gone up a notch in GTO with the two pushing. Just saw the way that Niels Kaur was sliding out of turn 6. It was a well-controlled slide, and I suppose four-wheel drive helps with that. It's sort of the way you have to drive this car, but it feels like they're really on and they're really chasing each other at the moment. We'll get a view on lap times at the end of this one as Niels Kaur completes his first flying lap of the stint, but it feels like they're properly going for it now.
No rain to think about here today. Fortunately, unfortunately. I think the viewers probably thinking unfortunately. The drivers thinking fortunately, because these cars are difficult enough in the best of conditions that they're being given here today. Not too warm conditions in terms of track temperature to really then have to nurse the tires even more. But I mean, that's what the iRacing weather system really did in the Sebring 12 hours, Ewan. It added some unpredictability.
It did, and I've seen plenty of races where unpredictability has been added as a result of the rain, but would it be a little bit too difficult if it was added? There is Niels Kaur, and there's an example, excuse me, Jarno Koch, dear me, out of the final corner. That Grid and Go car is beginning to hate at turn 14.
You know, it's not been an easy day for them. Not a normal car by any means for them to be racing in, but I think they would have hoped for a bit more. Now, Niels Kaur pushed out a little bit wide as the Trek Esports machine made its way past. I think he just got a little bit unnerved, unsighted, into the marbles momentarily. Not off the track, but that's the first time in a while that we've actually seen a bit of a moment that separated these two cars out. Let's see what advantage your race leader can take from it. As there's a look at the replay of a solo car incident for the 69.
Well, that was always going to happen. If you're out wide and on the bumps out there, you will find yourself in a lot of trouble trying to accelerate. He just slightly misses the apex, gets on the power too soon. Might have actually been the grass rather than the bumps. It was quite close, but that's a bigger bit of trouble than Sven Haase was in, because he's actually made contact with the wall this time.
Marshmello Racing jumping into the RaceBot TV YouTube chat to say, Ewan, you've spelled marshmallow wrong your entire life?
Have you not?
To be honest, I don't think I've ever actually had to write it out before.
No, exactly. It's one of those words that you'd say, but what are you writing that down for?
I think the only people that ever have to write it down are people that are marshmallow salesmen.
Or you're writing a shopping list and you are about to have a bonfire or something.
No, because in that case, surely you just end up writing marsh and then...
Would you?
You scribble the rest. No, because my handwriting is terrible, Ewan, so I can't read anything I write anyway.
Oh, right, okay. To be fair, I was thinking about typing it, so I'd just do it for you, wouldn't it, I suppose?
Look at these
I type
young
my
kids
shopping
with
list on the phone.
Grocery lists.
I type it in the notes.
Kids these days.
Silence of disappointment there was unbelievable. Unbelievable, but yeah, you just get it to autocorrect.
And this is why I can't even spell anymore. Marshmello Racing say, by the way, the first logo, the first draft of the logo they had an E in there.
So they're laughing at us for not being able to spell it correctly, but they know that deep down.
To be fair, I think they were more sympathizing with your pain.
Okay, well, I hope so.
Oh, wow. This is incredible. I'm learning so much. Oh, wow. Great. I'll just say, by the way, as much fun as this race is, not yesterday, it's now Saturday. On Thursday, 4 iRacing participants got their chance, courtesy of Racing Prodigy, to fly to the Atlanta Motorsports Park in a month's time to be part of Prodigy Week Part 2. So do make sure, if you are not already subscribed to the Racing Prodigy YouTube channel, you do so, because we are handing out a couple more Prodigy passes today, courtesy of some of our tournaments on other simulators. It was Brandon Hawking, Eduardo Leo, and Matt Caruana who won their Prodigy passes on track last weekend. Max Papis and Random Callsign came together on Thursday to pick Jordan Johnson, Will Redford, Thomas Bellarmin, and Rupa Kirkapa as the 4 additional drivers from iRacing to go and drive a Radical SR1. And Ewan, I think, we're giving ideas to IMSA clearly. We need to have a pathway, not just so that drivers can jump into real race cars of the modern era. Why don't we give Pascal Stix a jump into a Nissan GTP? It's a very expensive proposition, I do admit this.
The insurance claims there are going to be off the scale in terms of things go wrong. But yes, it's a good thing to think about, I suppose. I'm not sure it would happen. To be honest with you, I'm not sure how much these cars actually get a run out in real world. Never mind racing, even driving these days. I can't imagine it's very often that they're unveiled, but I'm sure it's great to see when they are.
No, I think, again, it's basically just the historic racing circuits where the cars get trundled out, and I'll give them some credit. It's not like some of those drivers push the limits of the cars as well. They aren't holding back. They are very much relishing the opportunities that they are given. And why wouldn't you at the end of the day? I'm wondering, we're probably, halfway through the fuel run, more than halfway through the fuel run for your GTP machines. It's been quite a while since we've had too much chaos for them. The traffic definitely has started breaking up around the track, and there are plenty of open pockets now. Yeah,
look at that on the bottom right. It makes it easier, doesn't it, for everybody when traffic is like this. There's so often a point in sim racing and in real motorsport as well, when there's multi-class endurance racing, which we can count this as one of, when the circuit and the drivers and the cars get comfortable with the amount of them that are on the circuit, it seems to me as if we've got 37 still running out there on the circuit. Not sure whether the 19 car is going to re-emerge again, but they're in a long repair at the moment of nearly an hour now, so you'd imagine not. 37 cars on the circuit may well be our point to which the cars and drivers have decided this is comfortable now, and we're certainly seeing less incident. The last car to retire was Jack Southfield, who came into the pit lane for TSRC. They seem to be gone from the race.
Unfortunately, yes. And along with many, let's give you the update on retirement so far, as Hydrace Geodesic and Casper de Court, remember, short pit stop for them. I'm assuming this is a bit of a scheduled pit stop. In your GTP class, the Coach Babe Academy car is the first and the most recent of our retirees, joining BRT, the team that powers, of course, Basic Ollie, Lobs Esports, TT Pool Service Repair, and Javier Sanchez in his solo effort as he tried to repeat the heroic second-place effort from a year ago. Then in the GTOs, TCRS joining Jacob O'Reilly, Tony Dibden, Slow and Confused, one of the Why Not Scuderia Dunkasor machines, ATRS Argentos, 07 Racing, and JD Rodriguez. 50 started. We're left with 37 still running.
Yeah, so that's the sort of attrition that we've been talking about, and now it feels a little bit quieter with a quarter of the field gone already, but that doesn't mean it's going to be easy for the remainder by any means. It's going to be a difficult race because, as we've talked about before, the cars are as much the enemy as the traffic and the track is, as Michael Polasek might well have just found out. He's lost the lead.
It's maybe not a terrible situation though, because now he can be the one doing the fuel saving, and that car not looking like it was damaged that saw the lead switch hands. So as Niels Kort now has the mantle of leading this GTO class in the Audi. It's the first time that Obsidian Racing dealing with a bit of dirty air, as Samsoy Kanan Esports running up behind them. ready to go the long way around through the very, very long carousel, a corner that gets almost even longer because of these cars being four-wheel drive. You have to be very, very patient as to when you get on power. And then through the kink, a corner that's normally flat in a modern machine, you on the brakes and then having to be very patient as to when you pick the throttle up once more.
Yes, it's patience is the name of the game here in the Audi for sure. It's a bit of a waiting game, and it feels like there's going to be a lot of waiting here because the GTPs are making things a little bit difficult as well. Niels Core has to go wide into Canada corner on that occasion, so Michael Porsek just hangs back for a moment and then lets them get on with it. It's, as I say, patience in the sense that if a GTP dives down your inside, you could get on the traction early, but you don't want to spin them around for risk of damaging your own car, so you've got to be careful of that. But the roles are reversed now for these two leaders.
I tell you what, don't often do this, but this is a special race. Let's take a lap, let's go on board. So Race Spot fan immersion here at the iRacing Road America 500. Pretty glorious sound out of the 5-cylinder turbocharged engine. And in 1989, of course, this car dominated competition in the IMSA GTO Championship with Hans Stuck and Hurley Hayward behind the wheels. But after missing Daytona and Sebring, ended up finishing second in the championship just by virtue of those points lost. And it's a great car, and one that Ewan, in many ways, I think this is what sim racing can be about. We often talk about preserving tracks. We have tracks on iRacing that no longer exist in the real world. Here in the sim, we also can make sure we can pay homage to these sort of race cars that change the opinions in many ways of people in motorsport.
Yeah, and this is going to become lots more important as internal combustion engine cars become less popular in the real world and maybe eventually disappear entirely. But it's preserving them that's going to be so vital, and that's the sort of thing that sim racing does. It provides that snapshot in time and gives you a really great idea as to what it was like for these cars. I think that's done well in iRacing. I think what I'd like to see more of maybe is a few classic tracks. I'm not sure how they'd manage that, because the point is they're not there anymore. But anyway, it's a really good thing in terms of the cars to have this one in the world, I suppose, in the world of iRacing anyway. And it's been relatively popular. Certainly was very popular when it came out. I remember watching the announcement video, and it was very popular after that.
Those were the days when the announcement videos as well were basically like a mini documentary about the cars as well. So yeah, that announcement video was very, very special. The Nissan one as well. So
didn't they do it together?
Yeah, no, they had different videos for them, didn't they?
I thought they did it in one announcement video thing.
No.
Maybe
They definitely had multiple videos. Definitely.
Okay. I'm just I remember being sat on a sofa with a laptop just watching one video about these two cars, but maybe I'm inventing my own memories.
There are 2 10-minute videos on YouTube, which I'm going to be honest right now, if I wasn't on this broadcast, I would totally turn us off and I'd go watch that instead. And then come back in 10 minutes, totally. Yeah, I would definitely do that.
Oh dear, yeah. We should have more of those in the modern day. I'd like to see those the announcements these days made in that way. But it's just kind of one video with all the stuff in now, isn't it? I suppose.
I like the sound of that. Although I can only assume there was a lot of effort put into those videos, and so putting all the pieces together surely was a bit of an endeavor into of itself. Third place battle, the Kozanoma Rosat team. Norbert Leitner defending from Joni Hagner, who's jumped in and replaced Jukka Leskala, and no H-pattern issues there clearly now in the Rusty Glacier machine, but behind the Hungarian driver who's lost a good 10 seconds off of your leader, not quite sure what's going on, and the number 21.
No, not really sure either. It's a very big gap now between those two groups. Nothing really in the pit stop or lane times. In fact, Norbert Leitner had the best trip through the lane of anybody. Presumably he was able to absolutely nail the pit speed, which is a key point in this race, as we've already talked about. But it must be sort of on track ongoings that have created this margin now. Leitner with a 7.7 last time around, 1.7 seconds slower than Niels Kor, which is a significant amount. I wonder whether he's fuel saving a lot, but he surely can't be fuel saving more than Kor and Polasek. When we were on board there, that was a noticeable thing for me, especially towards Canada Corner, how long they were lifted off there for. But by the looks of that, Leitner was doing a similar thing.
I'm just hoping that they do start to pick up the tempo at the end of the race and we're not left with just fuel saving to the end, because I think those two are clearly showing they're fast. Now can they battle wheel to wheel and give us a show? That's what we're all waiting for, as pit stops continuing to roll on in the GTP category, of course, all with the Nissan machines. Most recent entry is Jacob O'Reed. He just hit his marks and he's going to go up on the jacks to get the fresh tires, the full tank of fuel, and roll out once again out onto track. Casper de Court, of course, has, interestingly, done another slightly shorter pit stop. So there's clearly some thought here, Ewan, as to what the strategy should be.
Yeah, so I think instead of doing one splash and dash at the end of the race, which is what a lot of these Nissans are tracking to at the moment, 5 laps or so at the ends maybe to put some fuel in before, certainly less than 10. And instead of doing that, Casper de Court's going to say, well, instead of messing about with all of that, I'll do 5 equal length stops, which sort of keeps the fuel load as an average lower throughout the day and hopefully keeps him a bit quicker, although he was overtaken a lot in that stint.
There goes Jacob Reed off and away. There's the delta difference, again 7 seconds between them in terms of time, and de Court cycles back out in front just by virtue again of spending less time and now having a lighter car as well. It's going to be close, I think, in terms of the battle with these drivers and their strategies. You know what isn't necessarily closing in the way that once I thought it might? The gap at the front of the field. It is still Core Sim Racing and Pascal Stix that, of course, lead. The margin to the Marshmallow Racing entry, the one that we've really been keeping an eye on, not really swinging in the direction I thought it would.
It's not really coming down very much yet, no, but there's still a very long way to go. By the way, I've rounded some numbers here to make the maths a bit easier for myself, but on average, Sean Campbell, if he needs to gain 15 seconds in 80 laps, which is roughly the situation we've got right now, he needs to gain just under 2/10 a lap by the looks of what I've just calculated. Didn't do that in my head, by the way. I did use a calculator. And so that is sort of achievable, if you like, and he did that on lap 44, but I think the traffic is the problem here. He needs to make sure that he doesn't sort of take one step forward and then 2 back again on the next lap. That's the problem for him.
And I think both of those drivers, solo efforts, so we'll get you confirmation on that maybe at some point through the course of the day. Rusty Glacier holding behind Norbert Leitner as they head up towards turn 1. Bit of a slip up there for Fabrizio Rivera to drop behind the Sherra Esports car. Even this, 46 laps in, drivers still making small slip-ups here and there, going to show how unpredictable these cars are. In some ways, Ewan, the unpredictability of racing, not just from the cars and how they deliver the power, but I mentioned slightly earlier, these cars maybe not as reliable as their modern counterparts.
Yeah, exactly. That was the thing back then as well, is about reliability. And you look at some of the longer races from back in these days, it's quite remarkable to see how many get to the end compared to what we get these days, although attrition is still something to note in motorsport. I wonder whether we'll get to a stage in 24-hour racing where it's almost guaranteed that nearly everybody, barring a crash, will get to the end.
Yeah, we're not quite there yet, but we're getting close. The modern GTPs, the main issue we often have is with the hybrid systems and what happens there, so quite intrigued to think about that. So, bit of a split here, in that I don't know if everyone is going for 4 tires. Now, HydroRace Geodesic Racing are going to have a driver change, so Brandon Roseborough is going to jump out. Johan Shirazi is going to take over from him, but Sean Campbell will stay in. Pascal Stix is going to stay in as well. Cullen Brown jumps in to replace Andre Castro in the S2R Esports machine. Nathan Moore, I think, is going to stay in as well. Interesting. I think we may end up seeing Campbell and Stix in for the rest of the day.
Yeah, I do as well, because I think we're getting to that stage now where if you're going to do a driver change, you would do it now. There goes Core Sim Racing, 47 seconds. Same for the Geodesic car. What about Sean Campbell? He is going to do up to 47 seconds too, and he gets underway just under that amount of time. So back out onto the circuit for him, still around the same distance to Core Sim Racing, although maybe slightly closer.
I think it is going to end up being just that little bit closer, but small margins. Now it's still about having to make it happen on track. No pit limiter to use, and I definitely know that heard Sean Campbell not lift much off the throttle there. He was clearly confident that he wasn't going to be caught for speeding if he was aggressive with how he got off and away from the box. And so there's your race leader, who is yet to come down pit lane, but at least Team PGZ can grab the photo now. Pablo leads here at Road America.
Exactly. Well, they could have done earlier as well, I suppose, but it looks better when it's deeper into the race, doesn't it, I suppose? And so he is still leading, but I think if this happens next time round, he won't be. He was about 30 seconds or so in the lead last time, wasn't he? Maybe more, and now it's down to 15. I wonder how much slower he's going and whether he's going to continue getting out in the lead here, or whether this will be the last time he sees the front of the race today. Very interested to see whether he comes in this time round or whether he's able to go on for 24 laps for the second stint in a row. Ooh. And he does. If he can do 25, he will cut out a pit stop from this race.
Now, that's asking for a lot, but he's making it happen. Never say never. We've seen more unrealistic things before. Do wonder what Pablo's heart rate is, because I always think back to the Daytona 24-hour race. It would have been 2022, where his teammate Govan Keeney had done the first 10 hours straight of the race, was leading after 10 hours in the top split broadcast, and then handed over to his teammate Pablo, whose heart rate, and I'm not kidding here, was basically pinned at 180 beats per minute, and he was stressing. I've got to say that. You want to know his heart rate right now, Ewan? It's only 130.
Yeah, feels less pressure maybe if he's doing this one on his own, and certainly when nobody else has been in that car previously, maybe he feels a little bit less pressure. But yeah, I remember that race. That was the first, I think it was the first 24-hour race I did for RaceSpot, actually, back in 2022. Feels like that must be the case. And I was on that night stint when unfortunately it all fell apart for them, and they crashed at the. I think it was Govan Keeney who got back in again eventually after a couple of hours away, and then raced again for the first half of my stint overnight anyway, and then unfortunately crashed at the bus stop chicane, and their search for a 24-hour race win at Daytona went on in GTD, I'm afraid. But yeah, it was a very long opening stint from him on that day.
Now, I will just say, if anyone's done 10 hours straight and then decides to get back into the car, they're clearly operating at another level that I cannot comprehend, because for me, 10 hours straight, I couldn't even get to that. Now, I'm pretty sure Pablo's going to do one more lap, and indeed, look at him, confident. He's got enough fuel. He will stay out there and hold on. Pablo, another one of these drivers trying to cross over from real to virtual, but to do it in a slightly different way. He's not trying to jump into a GT machine, a prototype car. You know what he's decided to do instead? He wants to go rally racing, and so you can go and learn a little bit more about that on his Twitch stream, and obviously have some entertainment as well, and we'll see if the strategy is going to pay dividends. The craziest thing about his scheme to go rallying, Ewan, is his choice of co-driver. Do you know who it is?
Oh no, who is it?
It's Oscari Rene, BS competition driver.
That's an odd interaction. How does that come about?
Memes, clearly.
Well, that's quite a level of trust as well, by the way, for any co-driver actually. But,
good point.
That's some reason I could never do it, because I am sort of the right build for it, if you like. But I wouldn't, because that's very scary.
Very, very scary. And yeah, like you say, poor Oscari now has to trust that Pablo's going to listen to him. And we're not going to get any funny clips about, you're breaking the car, Pablo. I said right.
Listen to me, Pablo. Yeah.
Or maybe the other way to think about it is, please give us these clips so we can build an iRacing spotters pack from it.
Oh yeah, that's a good idea.
Genius.
When rallying comes to iRacing, inevitably. I'm joking, obviously. Oh dear, Johan Sarazi off the road.
And that's through the carousel. Now, was it actually through the carousel, or was the mistake made on the exit down out of the hurry downs, where it can be quite easy to be too aggressive and, let's be honest, a bit impatient on the power? He's lost a bit of ground, yes. Still in front of Nathan Moore, though, in the very interestingly liveried WSR Esports butt kicker car.
Yeah, very WSR Esports, as we were talking about earlier on. A bit more satellite racing, actually, who are leading in GTO. But they're all about to be promoted another position now, because Team PGZ have indeed come in. But Sean Campbell, so it was Shirazi avoiding. Oh, dear. Oh, wow. Well, that's the traction speaking for itself. But what was going on before?
Yeah, that's a bit of an awkward sequence, and to be fair, he minimizes how bad it could have been. So first, there's a bit of a lockup, and one of the GTPs goes wide. Can't tell if that's the ATRS machine or not, but he gets a mild, very minor bump from behind, and then just slightly unsettled. Car goes off into the grass through the carousel, and now in his rear view mirror is going to be completely filled by the sight of Nathan Moore, who looks to the inside, and as they blend down in towards the braking zone, passing some traffic as well. No move being made. It's Nathan Moore, 18 seconds off of your race leader. Marshmallow Racing, though, 13 seconds off your race leader. What was once a 17-second margin, slowly being eaten into.
Exactly, he's really eating into that now, Sean Campbell. So, a good job being done so far, but how long can this continue for? Is Pascal Stix on borrowed time in this lead, or is he legitimately heading the field and going to be until the end of the race? There's so many factors to draw into this, but it may be coming down between those two. Now with Grid and Go out of the picture, I think, in terms of a recovering car, I think it may well be between these two, because nobody outside of the leader seems as quick as, even, certainly not quicker than, Sean Campbell at the moment.
Regretfully, I must inform fans of really slow motion racing, well, your car is going to be in really slow motion for the rest of the day. It's down on pit lane, and I think that might be it. Terminal damage potentially for them as well. We'll grab a look at what happened. It was, like I mentioned, a big moment. They're holding their line, they're minding their own business, and they get absolutely walloped from behind. And yeah, that car is going nowhere quick.
No, as the name suggests, unfortunately. This is very odd on the front straight. So they're closing in on one of the GTOs, which is not helping, and that's a misjudgment, isn't it, really? I guess is what you can call it. Not maybe the best idea to sprawl across the circuit in the way that happened, but I guess they didn't care at that point.
Well, one thing that I noticed from the top-down view is that the Audi did lift off slightly. I'm just wondering if the Team Hoising Velt car slightly misjudged the momentum there. And definitely on the responsibility of the faster car to pass cleanly there. I don't think you or I are going to differ on our views there, Ewan, but it goes back to what we keep talking about, where experience in these cars, drivers won't have too much in managing the traffic.
Yeah, exactly. I wonder whether there was a bit of lifting off there, and in that case, why? Because it's down the middle of the straight. I would have thought you'd just go through, but I guess if they're running in tandem like these two, then you would be lifting off slightly at that distance just to save that little bit of fuel. Oh, wow, that was, speaking of which, a misshift maybe from Norbert Leitner, who just didn't go anywhere out of turn one.
I think he was waiting on throttles quite patiently. We jump on board with Joni Hagner, who rides behind him. All now 13 seconds, 14 seconds off of your race lead. It's becoming a two-horse fight for sure, and we're nearing the halfway mark as well. Around 62 laps, of course, the halfway threshold. We're 10 laps away at the line from Core Sim Racing, getting us to that magic number. And I think a number in many ways that for you and drivers will be looking at as a bit of relief. We've survived the first half. Let's push on and get a result in the second part of the race.
Yeah, exactly. It's going to be about survival in the second half as well, though, I feel. It's not all over, although maybe the most chaotic moments of the race are behind us. I feel like it's still very much on in terms of the survival elements of this race. You know, there's over 70 laps to go, not an insignificant amount of time around here, and so that will be worth noting for the remainder. It will, be it's sort of racing against yourself almost sometimes in this car, trying to keep it on the road.
This is a race of you versus the car. The race that we've got coming up next in the special event calendar is you versus the track, isn't it, right? Controversial opinion maybe to some. Road America is a great track. It's not one that's maybe the most technically demanding. It's lots of 90-degree corners that, yes, have their unique characteristics with elevation and little bits of camber differences, but you compare this race to the Nürburgring 24-hour race. I feel as though, because so many drivers can do thousands of laps around the Nordschleife and get so comfortable with it, they may feel that race is more easy, whereas a lot of people may feel like they can never get comfortable, Ewan, with these cars because they just don't drive them enough.
Yeah, there might be a bit of that. I feel like that might be the case for both, to be honest, because no matter how many times you do laps around the Nordschleife, it's not just about you and the track, even though we do talk about that. The track can catch you out, but it's about the track when traffic is put onto it. It's not about you on your own around that circuit in iRacing, especially with so much traffic when you're in the top class. So I agree to an extent, but I think it is going to be a little bit more complicated than that when we get to it in May. But the races do bear some similarities, which is quite interesting to note. I was looking, by the way, this is a little bit off topic, but the Rusty Glacier car is obviously, and the livery as well, it's harping back to the Glacier Racing team, which I guess they call themselves Rusty because they're not racing very often.
I think that is a combination of the Rusty Spatulars and the Glacier Racing.
Ah, true. Yeah, maybe that's the case as well. But it looks more Glacier to me, that car. So anyway,
the back half of it, Rusty Spatulars for sure.
True. That is true. The reason I bring it up, though, is because I did a bit of Googling as to what Glacier Racing are doing these days. I found Joni Hagner and some information on him in terms of what his favourite circuits are and all that kind of thing. That's on their website for information about him. He's been around in sim racing for a very long time, by the way, but we knew that. His favourite tracks, one of them is the Nürburgring. Without looking it up, do you know which one the other one is?
Road America?
No. It's. I think you'll agree with it, though, to give you a clue.
Road Atlanta?
No, I'll just give you it. Mosport is his other favourite track.
Nice.
He didn't pick one. He picked Nürburgring and Mosport. So there you go. Bit of random information for you there about Joni Hagner.
And yes, indeed, it is, by the way, Rusty Spatulars and Glacier Racing coming together. Here's a look at what happened to a car that's trying to save some fuel, but now is going to have to try and save some time. Pablo Castro escorts himself off into the gravel and then almost gets out of shape, trying to bring him back onto track. And that wasn't the greatest of rejoins, but I guess no one else was around to complain.
Well, that Nissan that just went through might be complaining about it because they were in the vicinity, I suppose, but not a great rejoin. I was saying earlier on, is Pablo Castro going to get back into the lead, or are we going to see that fuel saving to a point where he doesn't come out in the lead anymore? I don't think he was ever really a contender for the race win. Maybe he only went on that strategy because he didn't qualify or didn't set a time in qualifying anyway. However, that has been all sent out the window. Now there'll be no arguments, I don't think, now as to whether he'll come out in the lead or not. I think the answer is pretty assuredly no.
Yes, definitely not at this point. There was a big time loss there in that number 3 machine, 60 seconds off of your leader. Now patience behind Joni Hagner as Hydrace Geodesic. Johan Shirazi trying to recover after his mistake. Not even mistake, really, you could say, just being poured out through a bit of an incident and then a self-inflicted mistake at the end just to compound the pain. He finds himself 4.5 back from Nathan Moore in the WSR Esports Butt Kicker car. At this point in time, not really too many close pairings like we saw in the early stages. Closest of them, mainly in the GTO class, it's Lewis Emerton trying to defend from why not P1 Scuderia Dunkersaur. The answer to that question, I think, lies internal. You've got to ask yourself, why not P1?
Well, yeah, I guess so. There's a couple of those cars, as we've already talked about, and 3 that started, but one of them's out. Well, still in the session, but has been in the pit lane for over an hour, so I'm going to suggest is out of the race. Yeah, I guess they can only pose that question to themselves, but at least they're in the top 10. I think anybody outside of those top 2 can't really have any complaints that they're not winning, to be fair.
Don't forget, if you're watching on the iRacing Esports Network, you can always turn the quality up to 1080p by hitting that gear icon and changing it. Twitch will sometimes default you to a slightly lower resolution if your internet connection is not performing great. Make sure you turn on maximum quality. On YouTube, you can watch 1440p on the iRacing Esports Network or on RaceBot TV. You can jump into the conversation in chat as well. We're closing in on half race distance. We're closing in on 2 hours left or so in this race as well. And our junior Kanki party joined alongside by Ewan O'Leary for all of this. Our latest stop on the iRacing special event calendar. And we'll have again about a month off before we go racing once again, and then 3 special events in the space of 2 weeks. First up, the Nürburgring 24-hour race, then the Coke 600, and then the return of the iRacing Indy 500 as well. Good thing this year, I think, in some ways, Ewan, is that you can do the Coke 600 without doing the double. You don't have to try and do that and an iRacing Indy 500 in the same week.
Yeah, exactly. That was a lot of driving, of course, and 2 races that you'd ideally like to prepare for away from the other, but you get that ability in iRacing, maybe not so much in the real world. I was hearing recently that actually somebody in the real world was thinking about attempting the, I don't know what it's called, but doing both of the races, on the same day, which used to be done semi-regularly, but hasn't been done for a while.
Carl Larson's going to do it this year in the McLaren
doing
entry.
It this year?
Yeah, he's be racing with McLaren Hendrick Autosport in the Indy 500. Pretty quick as well in the open test that just passed this last week, where unfortunately day 2 got washed out, but day 1 he was able to get behind the wheel and experience some traffic and some basic stuff.
Yeah, that's good to hear. I don't know the last time that actually happened, but I do feel that it's been made a bit more tricky, hasn't it, by the Indianapolis start time getting a bit later than it used to be. It used to be. I'm not sure whether they've reverted back to it or whether it's just because Carl Larson just wants to do it and so he's going to make it work. But the challenge for him, I guess, is going to be to complete all of the laps, all 800 laps, which is the real mark of respect.
I think the real issue with time is if you win, how do you go through all the victory lane celebrations and then get over to the Coke 600 in time? That's the real issue. Private helicopters and planes. Carl Larson's going to be over in Charlotte in a jiffy, as some would say. Maxime Gregnon's asking why not P1? Well, P6 for now as he passes Lewis Emerton. Up forward to 7th spot. 9 seconds up the road to the F1 Friends machine in 5th position now.
It's quite a gap to cross, but they are crossing it at the moment. 1 second taken out of Victor Santana on the previous time round, and a top 5 sounds even better than a top 10 for Maxime Grignon, and he might well be able to achieve that. As I say, not sure whether it's traffic for F1 Friends Cup on that last lap, but they were considerably slower than nearly everybody else inside, absolutely everybody else inside the top 12.
It's pass by S2R Esports. Cullen Brown gets in front of Johan Shirazi in the Hydro Race machine, the lead Hydro Race machine as well now, with Casper de Court only a couple of seconds down the road actually, so not far really to go. Oh, the day surely might have just come to an end there for Grid and Go as it buries itself into the tyres once again. This time it's Sven Haase. It's been a nightmare day to say the very least.
It's the final corner again, isn't it? Yeah. And now he'll be making his way into pit lane. As you say, that might well be it for Grid and Go now. Even more damage on the 69 car, but what a disaster they're having at turn 14 today. I don't know what it is about that corner because they're going off there at a frightening frequency compared to the rest of the field.
And that was on entry, that wasn't even on exit.
No, exactly. It seems that they've just grabbed the grass as they were trying to... that's why. They were trying to go around the outside of Trek, I think that is, and they've gone nose first hard into the wall.
You say hard, I say how did they not get buried into the tyres there?
Yeah, it was a pretty aggressive move to try and get that car out again. I mean, the closing speed here was quite remarkable. They've gone to the outside. Can they be aggrieved at that? Not sure.
I think the answer is no. That is this type of racing, unfortunately, and the speed differences that sometimes you bring through corners. High stakes, that is for sure, though, and we'll wait to see if Grid and Go are going to head back out on track. They've been sitting stationary, getting some damage repaired now for 30 seconds and counting. Moves being made. Jacob Reed gets passed by Casper de Court. He's up to 6 now, and fortunately doesn't slide wide and off the track.
That's the very important part at the very end, and so with the slightly lower fuel on board, I think Casper de Court is making this work at the moment. Certainly better than he was in that first stint, but the problem for him is when does he come into pit lane? He's been out there on the circuit now for 17, now 18 laps as he crosses the line again here at the end of lap number 57 for these two. And so how much further is he going to be able to take this? Isn't going to be able to even do 20? He's got to be close to the stop now.
It's an interesting call. At least he committed early on the strategy. You can't half go into a strategy, can you, Ewan? You either fully commit or you don't commit at all.
Exactly, yeah, and so he's started this and he might as well continue on. I feel like he's gone as far as he can on that first stint just so that he can sort of give himself that bit of security, if you like. You might as well use all the fuel on board and you might as well start the race with full fuel and use all of that, but whether that's sustainable, they believe not. It's quite interesting to me that they're the only ones to sort of avoid a splash by short filling all the way throughout the day. I would have expected at least one more person to try that.
We are apparently under an estimated 2 hours left to go in this race, so keeping a pretty decent momentum so far. We'll see if that continues. Of course, end of lap 62. We'll be halfway through this 2024 iRacing Road America 500. It was great to have coverage of it last year, of course. For the very first time on RaceSpot TV, Obsidian Racing victorious in the GTO class with Fernando Busquets fending off Michael Polishek. It was Sean Campbell in the Chit Chat Racing machine that was winning by a full lap in the GTP class. I don't think we're going to get as large a margin of victory here today. It's 12 seconds at the front of GTP. Still only 1 second between the two GTO leaders. And surely at some point, those two are going to start pushing at some point rather than the fuel saving that Ewan has dominated proceedings so far.
Yeah, and I get the feeling that's just going to continue on and on and on. We're getting close to pit stop time for the Audis again here, so it's worth bearing that in mind as these two complete their 22nd and 23rd laps on their stint respectively. I said early on that they needed to do a bit more than that to get to where they need to be for the strategy. I'm trying to remember what I said earlier on now. What did I even say? 28 laps or something? That sounds about right. 28 laps, a maximum 27 is probably the minimum that you need at this stage to be safe. But of course, as I mentioned earlier, these guys don't know how long their race will be.
That was a lot of smoke. Now, what has happened out of the final corner? I hear the klaxon go off, and it's Bogdan Moldovan in the Walk Racing number 12. So I'm going to put 2 and 2 together and assume that maybe something happened there. That final corner is rather treacherous. It's not easy. It's definitely a corner where you've got to understand how to make the most out of the car. Let's go back in time though, and let's see if we can figure. Oh, what? That's smoke from the engine. That's not smoke from a brake or anything.
Now, has that been the legacy of a downshift, or is that just wear and tear?
Well, he's still got some drive, so it's not completely expired.
Oh yeah, just trying to listen to what he's got here. Well, he's just damaged it seemingly, and well, damaged it not quite beyond repair, but he's going to need a new one.
I think what he's doing there as well is he's clutching in when you see the smoke not there. Not sure what effect that's really having, but clearly there's a strategy to whatever is being done. Decourt gets past Shirazi. iRacing geodesic swap around 5th and 6th positions. Now Shirazi's definitely not been on the same level as Brandon Roseborough. I wonder if that small incident shook his confidence slightly as well.
It may well have done. When you have those incidents, you really don't want to let it happen again, and so you just take the edge off your speed a little bit and take a few less risks. And that's a real problem, but oh, he's been absolutely smashed now. Jordan Shirazi there just going for a slide off of turn 5 and getting hit by one of the cars following on, and then in reaction almost, Jacob Reed went into the wall too.
Well, we have had problem spots. Turn 5 has been amongst them, and it's not a surprise. You can see here, Reed goes deep under the brakes as well, and so then as he comes through, not much he could really do to avoid that situation. Cars from behind, cars from in front, chaos to say the least.
Yeah, and the problem is, when that happens, even when it's just a stack-up, when you get hit in the rear in these GTPs, your rear wheels get lifted off the ground, and that sends you around a lot of the time. Here's the spin for Shirazi. That was just general traction loss, I suppose, but the Jacob Reed one was just by getting hit in the rear, as I say, lifting the rear off the ground and sending him around as well.
And then David Sampson tried to go the long way around on a GTO machine. He's the one that got the worst of it, and business picking up in terms of action. Does seem to rain and pour and then settle back into a bit of a rhythm. There's your leader though. Now only 11 seconds in front of Marshmallow Racing. So Sean Campbell, get that Jaws music ready. He's closing lap on lap. It's a small amount here and there, but that's what really is making a difference. And something else that you called out, Ewan, in the first pit stop cycle that Sean Campbell's been very good at, his speed through the lane. These cars not having limiters, so it's about the confidence of the drivers to maximize speed through the course of the pit stop. He is able to gain at least a second just there, and then another second sometimes in the box itself.
Yeah, the problem with the box time is that he might have to make that up later on with a longer stop. So that's a bit of a, well, not a concern, but just have to caveat that gain slightly with that box time. However, you're right, he's gained a second in the lane as well, which is really, really crucial. And it effectively is just about how close you're willing to get to getting a speeding penalty. There is, of course, the expected and necessary risk that comes with that as well, that would make a lot of people very nervous. But if you can just play that game, if you're comfortable with balancing the line, treading the line with speeding or not, then you can gain a bit of time over your rivals. And actually, in cars that have speed limiters in other races, you can also gain a bit of time that way as well. It's very minute, of course, but some drivers, I've heard in the past, do sometimes not use the pit limiter because they know there's a bit of time to be gained there.
It's all about maximizing whatever speed that you find. Campbell lost 3/10 that lap by though, so it's not every single lap that he closes. Race leading pair of GTO machines continue to run as they are. Michael Polishek dropped behind Niels Core to save some fuel, and you can hear it on the downshifts as well. Clutches in, rolls the momentum down into the corner, and what clutching in is doing, of course, is stopping the engine braking, so you let the car roll in with a bit more speed into the corner, and then you get onto the brakes just that little bit deeper because you've carried the momentum through. Rusty Glacier in front now of the Kozonom Arosa entry. Norbert Leitner is a little bit slower than I think he would have wanted. They've lost 5 seconds over the last 30 minutes or so to your race leaders.
Yeah, they really are losing a lot of time, and I'm not really sure what the gain is from this. That obviously fuel saving a lot, and that is the case for the leaders as well. So sort of what is the gain to Leitner being slow right now, or is he just not quite on the speed of those two ahead? May well be the second option there, unfortunately for them, and it may well be a fight for the podium. But even Hagner right now is gaining on the car we're riding on board with.
That was a slide up the inside by the Trek machine. Traffic making itself known. Brandon Roseborough has got back into the HydroRace geodesic machine after almost 2 full minutes of damage repairs. They are 1 lap down. And we often talk about at the very top level of sim racing, even when we get to the Daytona 24s, where drivers have done thousands of hours of practice over their careers at that track to understand the minutiae of what is a very simple track. Now that was contact to the rear bumper of your race leader. Niels Kor holds on, but that's not what you expect at the front of the field.
No, it's going to make you particularly annoyed as well, I would imagine, if you are that leading car under no fault of your own. Has that dealt any damage, or have they all got away with that, will be the question now, as GTP pit stops really do start to pick up, by the way. Casper de Court making his way in.
And this is the look from Casper de Court, who was the HydroRace geodesic racing driver that got into the back of the Audi. A gap that was starting to close.
Yeah, he was expecting that space to be given on the outside, wasn't he, really? He didn't get it necessarily, and so just drove straight into the back of the Audi.
It's good to know that even the best of us can sometimes make mistakes, and fortunately that small misjudgment not costing more time. That's
no.
Zenith Esports and their GTP were going all over the shop, and I don't even know what Guillaume Jobard could have done there in the Jobard Racing 111. He runs into him though at the end of the day.
Yeah, I don't know what he could have done either. It's about Zenith trying to get back going again. They just got on the power too early out of there, and then you're trying to get back on the power again. But these cars are so difficult to get underway. If we did standing starts in this series, by the way, it would be mental, because it's just so difficult to walk these cars from a standing start. It's okay in the pit lane because you haven't got that quite urgency, although you do need to accelerate quick-ish. You haven't quite got the same urgency as you would do on the actual racetrack, and unfortunately that's an example of what happens when you try and do it all too quickly.
Still 1 second at the front between Satellite Racing and the Obsidian Racing team. We've got 14 seconds down the road to Rusty Glacier, who are now trying to pull away, of course, from the Cosonoma Rossa entry. And then with pit stops underway through the rest of the class, should expect these leaders to be in sooner rather than later. There's an empty marshal tent there, by the way. Not sure where the marshal's popped off to. Clearly don't need a flagman down at Bill Mitchell Bend, the penultimate corner of the lap. It's only through the final corner where all the drama has really been. So I guess I understand that, but the leader's not coming down to pit lane this time by. 1 more lap for them, onto 26 laps on the run for your race leader, 27 for Obsidian Racing behind.
Yeah, maybe they're going slightly overboard with the fuel saving here. I'm starting to wonder whether they are, because I know I was saying earlier on that they sort of need to do these lengths of stints, but is it quite necessary to do this much? I mean, we're over half distance now. They're making 3 stops in the day, which is 4 stints. You'd imagine their second stint should be coming to an end as the race leaders are hitting halfway, but at the moment they're going further than that.
And high onto the jacks goes Rusty Glacier. It is very, very high as well, isn't it? You are right.
Yeah, it was that angle I saw earlier on. We got a perfect angle with, I'm not sure whose pit box it is, but they're just sort of exactly on the crest of the hill, and it made it look like they were actually in the trees behind. They were so high in the air. The perception all over the place. But it's a little bit unusual to see, and we're still not entirely sure of the reasons for it.
I'm speculating it is all about the jacks that were used back in the time, because remember, these cars would have been pretty light, but you know they're still relatively heavy compared to a modern Formula One car, for example. I'm assuming. Again, that is total just guessing game, but a jack needs to be longer because of the way physics work, so you get more of a moment to use your force. So basically, to carry more weight, you need a longer jack, which therefore means it might go high. I'm not a physics person, but I can BS with the best of the physics people.
Yeah, I'm trying to work out whether they would have, as you said earlier, would they actually use a person for that? I'm currently scrolling through the internet trying to find some footage to try and find out, but I'm struggling at the moment. So I'll try and get back to you on that. But
oh, here we go. No, never mind. Not down to pit lane. I thought we were going to get some pit stops, but no. Polishek stays out there as well.
Yeah, they've gone overboard, haven't they? I feel like you were saying earlier on that you were hoping for a sort of a moment in the race where they sort of, and now we're going to go, you know, some proper pushing for these two. But that will come, I think, and that's being confirmed right now. That they're just, it's better to go overboard early and sort of go faster at the end, or go short on your pit stops at the end, than go too fast at the start and realise you haven't done enough.
Michael Polishek clearly quite comfortable with this car, and a driver that maybe we're more used to seeing mostly in touring car entries, but see him across of the sim racing paddock a lot of times. He's quite helpful behind the scenes in the Porsche Club of America, a series that we've been covering on RaceSpot over the last couple of weeks, helping out with the community, not even just racing. Sometimes we'll go and spot for some drivers and help them out some here and there. So, you know, enjoys jumping around and learning, and we'll be quite curious to see as we head through the rest of the year where else he's going to place himself. I'm sure he's got a big circle around the date for the Nürburgring 24-hour race. He'll be surely hoping to come out on top, but yeah, good signing for Obsidian Racing. Going to be interesting to see how they make the best use of his talents. Looking rearwards though from Satellite Racing. I wonder if we're going to see another swap around in the next stint. Does Niels Kor now say, all right, I've led for a stint, now it's your turn to do it once more?
Yeah, are they even thinking like that? You know, are they thinking this is sort of, we're taking turns on the front, if you like? I'm not entirely sure, or whether they've just ended up this way, if you like. Now they get through on a bit more traffic themselves, and this is sort of the problem for them. That's going to help Polishek as one of the GTPs makes side-to-side contact with some lap traffic there, and they get now a long way ahead of some of the other drivers in GTO. But it's pretty interesting that they've reversed the roles, if you like. Now we're going to see pit stops. Interesting that Polishek couldn't go on one further. When we saw, although to be fair, I guess he has gone on one further, hasn't he? Because he went one shorter last time, and so to match back up again, he has to go one further. So never mind, he has gone one further. It just doesn't look like that because they're down pit lane together.
And now we'll see the perspective of them up on the jacks.
I'm close to finding out, by the way.
You are? Okay.
I'm watching a video.
I'm just breaking out my yellow pen then in the meantime. That is a lot. Like that is a lot of filling in that. Oh, and now there's another car that's just moved, so it's ruined the perspective. But it's very, very high on the jacks, isn't it?
It is. There doesn't seem to be a physical jack man anywhere. I don't see. It doesn't really show how the car is hoisted so far into the air. But I've seen a video where they're changing tyres, and there's not someone standing at the front.
What? How does that work?
I don't know. I just in the video I saw some people running over with wheel guns and tyres and stuff, and nobody stood there at the front to jack it up.
But how? Physics must still be followed. Okay, we will dig into the history books. Our PhD on the Audi 90 is going to be continuing after this, off and away. Confidence there from both drivers that they can feed to the left, blend back out onto track with no GTP traffic immediately to worry about. Although there comes Pablo Castro, slides past one. Oh, he's going to pass the other as well. Is he going to now cost Niels Kor some momentum? Don't think so. 6/10 between them as they exit off and away from pit lane. It's 15 seconds then back to Norbert Leitner, who's in front of the Rusty Glacier entry.
Yep, and that is pretty decisive, I would say, in the battle for third place. Whether that will be the moment when Leitner takes that position for good remains to be seen, of course. But the lane time was the stop time was about 9/10 of a second quicker. Same for the lane time. They did very similar on the pit speed. And so that has given the advantage, although it doesn't explain all of the 2-second advantage there. Leitner was able to continue on for a couple of laps further, though, and maybe the lighter fuel has helped him get out front.
Team Hoisingveld, big send up through the hurry downs, and I thought for a second there we're just going to slide into the side of Niels Kor, but was able to get it wound down, slowed in the nick of time, and exits off the corner to push the car into some clear air. With your leaders now settling back into what is their third stint of the race, check back with overall race leader Pascal Stick. Still now 10 seconds clear of Sean Campbell. For the first time in quite a while, that number ticked under 10 for a moment. The Marshmallow Racing entry gained more than 1.4 seconds last time around.
Yep, and that is pretty damning if you're Pascal Sticks in the lead. And it's got to be a pretty helpless feeling as well, hasn't it? He's surely going as quickly as he possibly can at the front of the field, but Sean Campbell is doing the same. And at the moment, Sean Campbell, as quick as he can, is quicker than Pascal Sticks as quick as I can. And that gap has come down to 10 seconds as a result. My next question, I think, really, with regards to this race is just what amount of time is Sean Campbell going to have to try and make this move? Because I'm not sort of concerned about him running out of time to catch Sticks, to be honest, but just wondering, is this going to be before the last pit stops, afterwards? How much are those going to play into the fight?
So, if it was 17 seconds before the pit stop cycle, let's say it holds at around 10 seconds, and Sean Campbell doesn't close too much more on your leader before they both owe us another trip down pit lane. I mean, I don't like using a linear sort of regression to say that Sean Campbell's then going to be 3 seconds away when they come in for what should be their final pit stop, but actually
it won't be the last stop.
Won't even be their final stop. You're right, that'll be the penultimate stop, won't it?
Yeah, well, last full one, I'll give you that. But there'll be a splash at the end. But I think the splash is going to come quite late. If they come in again on lap 23 here, which they're on right now, this is the possible last lap of their stint. I haven't seen a 24 from anyone but PGZ so far today. So if this is going to be 23 again, then they'll come in on lap 92, and then lap 115 gives us 9 laps at the end of the race. Now that's what, third of a tank of fuel maybe, a bit more than that, and then they'll be going to the end. But I think it's going to be in that stint, isn't it? It's going to be in that last full stint, if you like, where the catch is made, if indeed, as you say, the gap comes down at the same rate, which is a big if.
Seems as though Team Hoisingveld might also now be the most recent retirees of this race. See if they head back out onto track after an incident that's seen Martin Schmidt pull their car down towards pit lane. 50 started, but attrition, it's playing its part right now. Almost 30 left on track, so not many traffic interactions to deal with, and I think that's contributing to the pace of the race that we're seeing as well. Driver's right-hand side, Pascal Sticks heads to climb up in towards pit lane. You've got gravity helping you to slow you down, but you're sometimes unsighted on that pit entry, and so in the real world, it has been on occasions a 2-part pit entry. You slow to 1 speed at the bottom of the hill and slow to the second pit limiter, I should say, excuse me, at the top of the hill. But here it's just the 1, forces drivers to be a bit more aggressive, and Sean Campbell was pretty calm, though, on his exit into pit lane.
Yeah, he was, I think, calm might be the word. He was aggressive-ish in terms of trying to maximise that, but doesn't want to take too many risks. As up on the jacks goes Core Sim Racing. Sean Campbell may well do the same. He pulls into the second box in line. There's Grid and Go just ahead. Are they possibly out of the race? Sven Hasse has been in the pit lane for more than 20 minutes now.
Are you seeing what I'm seeing, Ewan?
I am now.
Oh my heavens.
Who is that?
That is Sir Nicolas Cage, and Sean Campbell can't help himself. Have you ever seen Sean Campbell's webcam before? I know you have, but
I have, yeah.
Yeah, on occasion he has an office chair in the background with a sticker of Nicolas Cage's face. He couldn't resist. He just couldn't help himself. Off and away goes Pascal Sticks. It's 47.6 seconds stationary. What does that compare, though, for Campbell? 47.7. So it was slightly longer in terms of stationary time. He'll come out behind Pablo Castro. He was almost a second quicker, though, in cone-to-cone time. So the gap has come down from 10 seconds to 9. Sean Campbell's execution helping him on pit lane once more.
Yeah, he's been so good at pit speed so far today, willing to take a couple more risks than Sticks, but the real risk with that for me is the fact that one penalty could deny him the chance at winning this race. He's not going to be able to recover from another problem, I don't think, Sean Campbell. If he has a perfect race from here on in, he's going to have the chance to try and beat Pascal Stix at the end. But in the situation we're in right now, he can't afford another error at any point, or any bits of contact, or, you know, what happened to him earlier on, a penalty for speeding as well. Can't afford it. So it's pretty ballsy of him, to be honest, to be playing those games with the pit speed, which he clearly is.
iRacing Esports Network, I see a person quite happy that the Why Not P1 machine has just got up to P5 with Maxime Grignon. We've got 4 cars behind them as well, so let's go say hello to this fight, because this is going to be quite fun. F1 Friends Cup, hoping to make some friends with Lewis Emerton, and then another one of the dinosaurs in the mix as well. That's team games to be played.
Yeah, so how can they sort of help each other, if you like, get to 5th and 6th in the race, because Maxime Grignon has done a very good job so far to get up into 5th place, but can they sort of work together here? Victor Santana doesn't seem to have the speed of those around him, I've got to say. I mentioned it earlier on, but and he's not quite as slow as he was on that particular lap that I mentioned. There was clearly traffic involved that time. However, he still is losing some time, and he's now lost 1 place. How quick is it going to be until he loses 2 more? Because they're queuing up behind him.
It's a big line as well, given how few cars we really have left on track right now. These drivers, again, all sort of dependent on your race leader as to how many laps they are going to do. And we will be keeping an eye as to where your leader in the GTP class is relative to the GTO class, to give us a better sense for, in those final hours, what those, rather final laps, what the GTOs are thinking about, what number they're probably going to be looking to hit, I should say. It's 54 laps still left to go. There is your race leader, who is now only 7 seconds in front of Sean Campbell. That traffic is costing the Core Sim Racing team a whole bunch of time.
Yeah, it's really not falling their way for the moment. And look at this. It's the 4 of them who he's going through on at the moment. We were watching them a couple of moments ago, and now he's going to lose a lot of time as a result on this next lap time. We'll see what it is at the line, of course, but he is now going to be looking over his shoulder. Is it even going to be by the end of this stint where we're going to get the battle for the lead? Surely if that is the case, with over 30 laps to go, he might consider that too long to try and hang on to a win.
You can see that Campbell's been able to pass a couple of the cars on the run into the braking zone at Canada Corner. He will throw it up the inside of the F1 Friends Cup machine. He does not want to wait around. He's got to figure out a way through Pablo Castro as well without losing a couple more tenths of a second here. Oh, he ran wide through Bill Mitchell Bend, but I tell you what, he was committed. He wasn't lifting there. Pablo should be staying out for at least another lap. He is going to have to slingshot his way past into turn number 1 to avoid that gap growing by another couple of tenths.
Yeah, so it's a pretty important moment in the race here, but the PGZ car looks quick in a straight line, and Campbell is not going to be able to get anywhere near him into turn 1. There'll be the problem, of course, of Aruo just saving a bit of fuel too, and that's going to be a problem in terms of losing speed here for Campbell. He will have to make his way past on the way down towards turn 5. Decent exit off of 3. He immediately moves to the right-hand side of our picture, and it looks like there was a lifting off there and an agreement between those two that Sean Campbell would take second place.
No benefit for Pablo to really fight there at the end of the day. 7 seconds, again, that's the margin that Stix and Campbell have between them. We rode around for a lap with the Audi GTO. Let's do the same now in this Nissan GTP, and let's ride around with Sean Campbell as he hunts to try and get to the top. Well, there's the drama that we've been waiting for. An uncharacteristic mistake from Sean Campbell into the wall. And Ewan O'Leary alongside Arjuna Kankipati. Ewan, that might be the battle for the race. Done and dusted.
It may well be. Look at the damage he's got to the left-hand side of that Nissan now. He has got to pit early, surely. He's not actually that far away from 46 laps to go, where he'd be able to make it on one more. So he could limit his losses here. It may not be entirely over as far as the podium is concerned, but for the race win, Pascal Stix has probably received the best news he has had so far in these 74 laps.
Let's go ahead, take a look at the replay. We saw the onboard, of course, in our Race Spot fan immersion, listening into the sights and sounds. And oh no, oh Pablo, he was there on fuel, yet to make his pit stop, and just through the traffic, a brief moment, a little bit too close to the rear bumper, and not enough time to get off the throttle and give a bit more space.
As I said earlier on, you can't get into the back of these Nissan GTPs, even in a slight bit. The rear wheels will lift off the ground, you'll spin around into the wall, and that's exactly what's happened to Campbell there. Unfortunately, Team PGZ are going to land themselves in a bit of trouble for this, I would have thought. Look how close this gets here. There's the first bit, and there's a slight bit of contact first, isn't there, that Campbell has to gather up, and then it's the second bit that is the hammer blow.
And indeed, onto pit lane, Sean Campbell has to make the reaction, and that's the chance for the double. Back-to-back wins out of the reaches, you'd think, because it's not just the fact that the pit stop's off sequence, it's more important that at this point the amount of time stationary is going to be spent. We're going to drop it out of contention even with the split strategy calls that we still have. At least, we've still got a fight at the front. Niels Kaur, Michael Polashek, split by 0.3 of a second as they wind out of the carousel, and they are on the 65th lap of their race. They are only 10 laps or so behind the GTP so far. Ewan, they're all trying to figure out exactly how many laps of fuel they need to put in for their cars.
Yeah, we're doing that, or they are doing that maths as we speak, and trying to figure out here. I mean, the point I made earlier on in this race about these two still sort of stands true in my opinion here. Where is the difference going to come between them in this race? When are they going to be separated? Are we literally going to see them run around nose to tail like this for the entire time and they fight it out at the very end? I mean, that's what it's feeling like at the moment, because there's just nothing to choose between them.
I don't know if we've really got to see what is difference between them right now, right? We've seen them say fuel. We saw them qualify. Outside of that, I don't think we really have too much to go on, and so I'm just hoping at the end we get enough time. They don't leave it too late. That would be the really, really cruel thing, both for us as viewers, but also more importantly for the drivers. If, you know, they get separated in that final pit stop sequence and then they don't get the chance to end up fighting wheel to wheel, at least for the driver that loses, Ewan, that would feel pretty frustrating.
Yeah, it would. And that's the last situation we want to see happen. We want to see them fight it out on the circuit between themselves. We're going to see that in other positions, as we can see in the bottom of the screen there, but it always feels like, yeah, you've sort of got unfinished business at the end of the race, or it feels like you've sort of not given all that you could have done in a race when that happens. You're trailing someone for a long time, never really give them a go, and then you come out behind them after the last stops, think, well, I could have maybe done better in that race if I'd have been a bit more aggressive here or there, maybe, but it's always a case of what ifs at that point at the end of the race. So I hope that we don't get to that situation with those two, but you just never know. We have seen the gap increase at certain points as well, so it can be done. The gap was a second after the first pit stops, for example.
In the fight behind them, let's go focus on that for just a little bit, because did see that one of the Dunkosaurs actually jumped into the iRacing Esports Network chat. So apparently at the front and back of this little group as it stands right now, with F1 Friends Cup team Lewis Emerton in the middle. Outside of them, your race leader's close. They've also got a close battle that's just closed on them. Andrew Roos has gotten past Javier Soto. Mr. Strati in the number 81 entry. And now they're going to get past a couple of them on the run out of this section into the hurry downs. past one on the right-hand side, move to the left, get past another one, and they'll go the long way around through the carousel to get past those final two. This is where they can see dab of the brakes there, wanting to be careful as they wash out as well the long way in these understeering cars.
Yeah, exactly, and you sort of want to use a bit more of the road there, I feel like, the Audis, but they've got the GTPs on the outside, so much more grip through a corner like that, through high and medium speed corners. The GTPs have got an astounding amount of grip compared to the GTO cars, and that means that they really do have to be careful on the inside through the carousel. Less so into a corner like this, although the lighter Nissan can brake a little bit later, and they do seem to always bomb down the inside.
And they seem to be able to get on power pretty well as well from there. You know, there are some corners, turn 5 in particular, right, where the Audis just can carry the momentum a bit better, and with the four-wheel drive, they're just so much more efficient on traction than the GTPs, and we've seen running the slower class running over the faster class on occasion, but not necessarily the case out of Canada Corner, which I think tells you a bit of the balance of the Nissan GTP that drivers are enjoying. Marshmallow Racing, by the way, back out on track in 14th position. On that down for Sean Campbell, but he's going to finish, he's going to salvage whatever he can from this race with, I guess, less than 50 laps still left to go. And less than 50 laps also means that estimated around an hour and 24 minutes. This race is flying on past.
It really is going at a very quick pace. I was predicting 3 hours 45 earlier on. I'm not sure how we're tracking for that, because I don't know what time we started. Bit of an odd start time
good
for
question,
this compared to the others. So we'll see how close we are. I should state, it's not my guess. It's just a guess that I've read, so I'm picking it up.
You're picking up what the drivers are putting down, is what one would say.
Yes, one could say that. It's yeah. I thought I wouldn't take all the credit for it, but I can't give the credit to whoever it was who said that, because I can't remember. So
this is the problem, Ewan. You've got to take more credit for the work that other people do. That's how people know that you apparently are a good commentator.
Yeah, well, maybe.
Hey, apparently I'm. Yes, steal all the other people's work and pass it off as your own is what commentator. No, you know what it is though? It's much like music. You know, nowadays, how much do you follow music news, you? And I'm not talking about listening to music. I'm talking like of the business behind the scenes.
Well, as close to zero as possible, really.
Fair enough. And I don't blame you. There's been some news this past week about Spotify and the way they pay out their artists. So I know there's a lot of conversation about that, but. What are we talking about again? Sorry, my mind's
taking credit for other people's work.
There you go. So because there are now, so much music is being written. We have just so much history of music. At some point, there becomes a finite amount of combinations that you can put together of the same, sounds.
Yeah.
And so music starts to sound somewhat similar. And so now we have a lot of lawsuits that happen because someone will say, "Well, that person stole my song." And then they have to make it. Someone has to go through and listen and actually understand and musically, analyze as to whether it was copying or not. I feel it's a lot of the same in commentary. For example, virtual standard time. That's definitely not something that I've started, saying by myself when we talk about in-sim time. I stole that from DJ Clark, who stole it from Joe Peak, who I don't know if he came up with it himself or not, but you know what I'm saying here? We all just steal isms from one another.
We do. I've stolen it now. It's part of my vocabulary now too.
Stealer.
That's come from you. So
stealing
someone
from
will
me.
Yeah. Someone will pick it up from me, and the cycle will go on forever, as it turns out. But yeah, you're right. I do see, by the way, those lawsuits when they go into the mainstream. I know some prominent artists have had some in the last years or so. I do see some of them, and yeah, it does mean that it happens very regularly. I feel like we do that sort of a little bit in commentary because it is somewhat our job to gain all the information possible and then tell people it, which effectively is that, I suppose, because we've not actually found out many of the informations that we talk about.
There are people whose job specifically for TV broadcasts are to feed stats to the commentator. Sometimes they get shouted out, sometimes they don't. But they are a very, 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 very valuable member of the team. that makes the broadcast happen. So just give them their light of day. Unfortunately, in the sim racing world, we don't get that luxury, and for the most part, we are stealing from other commentators when we come up with stats. Anyway, three-way fight for 9th. Strati, Javier Soto trying to fend off the advances of not just John Atkinson, but Eric Neath as well. Not quite going to get 3 wide. Strati's going to say, you guys can both get on through. I don't really feel like fighting. Shera Esports go a bit wide, and Fiercely Forward say thank you very much. I'll grab another.
Yeah, Fiercely Forward moving forward, and they have been ever since the opening lap of the race. Don't forget that Eric Neath had problems on the, well, it was the second lap, wasn't it? It was out of turn 6 where all the carnage ensued. They were part of that. They dropped down dramatically as a result, and this race has been at one of recovery really since then for them. So, well, what's realistic for them in this race? Maybe getting ahead of PGZ, to be honest, although they will have that extra stop to contend with compared and all that kind of thing, all the strategy to contend with. The gaps to those positions up to about 7th are not that large, so maybe Fiercely Forward could recover to there because realistically they're still down on where they qualified.
I think you're right in that this race might end up being closer to about 3:45. I think we ended up starting at around 1:45 the top of the hour, so we had the full formation lap. That slightly offsets us as well, so sometimes hard to tell. Fiercely Forward going to come into pit lane. 22 full laps complete for them. Strati, John Atkinson Jr. moving forward now as they rise back up towards turn number 1 on the completion of lap 79 for them. Back over to your GTO race leaders, who they've just worked their way back around on. What does that say at the back of the? There's a sign on the back of the satellite racing car. I think we're going to have to try and zoom in to try and get a good view of that.
A sign?
There's a you see on the bottom part of the yellow bumper?
I see something yellow on the bumper.
That's what I mean.
What you mean.
Yes.
Okay.
Words.
I was going to say that bumper's not yellow. Yeah, I do see that, but I can't tell you what it is.
I'm working away.
Oh, maybe it's a warning. One of those warning signs or something.
Oh, here we go. I found the button on iRacing that will do what we want it to. Done, 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 done. No passing zone. That's a very shaky camera, by the way.
It is. Very zoomed in camera as well. It's like one of those American road signs that you'd see, sort of the diamond shape.
Right.
Not diamond. What's it? The sort of
I know what you
turned
mean.
on its side square.
Yes, yeah.
Is that a diamond? I guess so.
Yes. Allegedly.
So that's sort of the vibe they're going for with that one. It's somewhat been true, I guess, when Niels Kura has been in the lead. I don't think he's been overtaken.
I mean, since he's taken the lead, technically not.
No.
I think we're still waiting to find out whether Michael Polishek is going to take the fight to him eventually, and I hope that happens soon as well, because again, it would be a shame if they got separated in the final pit stop sequence and we were robbed of that fight. We look over the shoulder of your race leader, though. No traffic really to contend with at this point, and really driven by the number of retirements that we have had so far. And of the 50 that started, I can confirm we are left with 33 left out there and running. Road America's a decently long track anyway, Ewan. There's plenty of clean air.
There is now, and these guys, for example, don't have to contend with another GTP for maybe the entirety of this lap, if not most of it, as one just makes its way over the line now. So that's really helping everybody here. It's helped keep incidents to a minimum in the recent past, but you've got to remember we've seen a lot of drivers out of this race so far. We're down to 36 from what oh no, sorry, we're down
33.
further than that. 33, sorry, yeah. So a few incidents and people out the race, but it's been all right after the opening stint of the race. The attrition's been okay.
Lap 1 was great. Lap 1 was amazing, and then lap 2, my above. Then it all started to devolve. Brandon Roseborough recovering, of course, after his teammate had a couple of issues. They had a long stop, and now past Precision Racing Esports and Ryan O'Connor. That for 11th spot. Now the leading car that is 1 lap down. Also a pass being made by the Fiercely Forward machine that's just pitted to pass Byron Pierce in his solo effort in that number 56. Byron Pierce has been involved in a few incidents, but he's sticking out there. He's persevering. This is what endurance racing is meant to be about, and Ewan, it's one of the few special events of any sort of length that you can do, at least road course side of things, you can do by yourself.
Yeah, there's not very many of them, and so is this the only road course one you can do on your own? Maybe.
In terms of special events, yes. I think technically VLN doesn't count as a special event, so... Sorry,
No.
I can't call it the VLN anymore. iRacing Nürburgring Endurance Series, sorry.
Yep. Or DNLS, as we call it.
No.
Yeah, I know.
You know what I mean, yes.
They're separate, but there's just so many different names for very similar thing. But
yes.
Anyway, that's not neither here nor there. Yeah, what were we saying? Oh yeah, solo road events. I'm pretty sure it is. To be honest, I didn't know you could do the Nürburgring Endurance Series on your own, because that feels like a very long race at a difficult track to be doing by yourself.
4 hours is a race distance there. It's not too bad. I should clarify, I think. What this is the only iRacing team special event which you can do by yourself.
Okay.
Because technically the iRacing Roar was a solo... I don't think they had teams there. Everyone did it by themselves.
That would make more sense, yeah. There was also that sort of charity event at Le Mans last year. Do you
the
remember?
MS charity. Yes, no, of course. It was a great broadcast on the iRacing Esports Network, and that will return. I'm not sure the track combos and stuff to be announced in the future, but that is also possible to do by yourself.
Yeah, because I did do, by the way.
That's like 3 hours, right? Something like that?
I think it was an IMSA length race, 2.5 hours maybe, something 2:40, something like that.
About 3 hours-ish. That's a decently lengthy thing as well.
Yeah. By the way, I didn't get to the end of it. I crashed.
Oh, come on, Ewan.
Sorry, I was doing really well actually. I was doing all right, but then on the outlap, I hit the wall at the Porsche curbs, and my race was finished from there. I was losing about 5 seconds a lap with aero damage.
I guess you weren't driving a Porsche, so.
No, I don't think it was even out then.
No, but if you're driving a Porsche through the Porsche curve, science says that you just gain speed.
It's probably true, to be honest.
Oh, by the way, that is the really slow motion machine that is really damaged, but somehow still back out there. They did 26 minutes of repairs. Give them a shout out. That's endurance racing spirit. Although it did slightly cost the Satellite Racing race leader a couple of car lengths, and Obsidian Racing grows in the rearview mirror as a result.
Yeah, that's fantastic. We need to see more of that these days in iRacing special events. We don't see enough of people going in for minutes upon minutes of repairs and re-emerging. Even in a race of this length, we'd see a lot of teams retiring, but we've got plenty of teams who are out of the running by all accounts, but still in the race. Really slow motion racing, for in fact, aren't actually the last running car in the field right now. Walk Racing Esports were in the pit lane for 25 minutes most recently. They're 23 laps off the lead of GTO.
It's endurance racing spirit, what we want to see, especially in the sim racing world, where you could always just go and do another race that's going to start in, I think it's about an hour and 45 minutes time, something like that. So not far away from another one of these time slots to cater to drivers from around the world. Here comes Casper de Court into pit lane in the Hydra Race Geodesic Racing number 25. Another 40-second pit stop expected as up on the jacks he goes for some fuel and tires.
Yeah, and so another 21 lap stint coming up as well. So he's just shaved a couple of seconds off each pit stop time to keep his race time down a little bit, keep his fuel loads down a little bit as well, which is always helpful to increase your speed around the circuit. The only problem is his final pit stop is going to be a lot longer than everybody else's, when they'll all be coming in for less than half a tank of fuel.
Yeah, and we've got relatively cool track conditions in terms of 28 degrees on the track itself in Celsius. In the incorrect units, that works out to 82 degrees Fahrenheit, mainly because of the cloud cover that we have. But I think that's significant, because what it will probably be doing is it's two-part, right? One, these cars are already struggling for traction in many places, so their tire usage is helped out in that regard. The second part of it, though, is because you've got more grip, you use a bit more fuel, and so you're having to maybe save a bit more than if we were in warmer conditions. And so that gap's opened up for your race lead. I wonder if they're saving a lot of fuel here, Ewan, because they know something that we don't in terms of the numbers they want to be achieving.
Yeah, so it's pretty ideal, actually, temperature-wise, a bit surprised it's so low, to be honest, considering it, well, maybe it's only April, I suppose, but still, I would have thought it may be a little bit warmer than it is right now on the circuit, but I don't think any of the drivers will be complaining about it either. It's just nice temperatures down the circuit. I do wonder at what temperature the tyre strategy for these drivers would actually change. Would they do anything different if, let's say, it was 50 degrees down on the circuit, Celsius-wise, in the real heat of summer, maybe, during a heat wave? Would it really be different? I can't see how this race would be changed by temperatures, to be honest.
That's a good question, actually, and I just don't have the knowledge of the cars to really know, and that's a bit of a problem. Norbert Leitner being off the track, by the way, is in front of him. Some lap traffic overlapping and causing a bit of consternation. Norbert Leitner qualified, of course, second, but he's dropped now 14 seconds off the back of the Rusty Glacier outfit, who I won't say have closed on the race leaders, but have kept the gap honest. They're only 13 seconds away. It's been interesting how over the long run, Norbert Leitner, as much as we know he's a very quick and consistent driver, Ewan, just not as comfortable in this car.
Yeah, he doesn't seem to be. But he did in the first stint. That's the puzzling thing to me, is that he was right there in the first stint, and he was in the mix, but no longer, to be honest. So I'm not really sure where that speed has really gone. Has he made contact with someone and got a bit of damage somewhere around? I don't think so. He's just not really on the speed anymore. He should still manage fourth place. He's got a very big gap behind him, but also an increasingly large one in front. So he's hoping for an issue if you want to podium.
86 laps going to be complete this time by for your leader. He's 16 laps into his stint, is Pascal Stixon. I don't think we're going to talk too much about him for the rest of the day, so let's talk about him a little bit right now, Ewan. Of course, if anyone's just joining us, you missed Sean Campbell in the Marshmallow Racing number 26. Had been closing that gap. Then an incident through turn one. No fault of Campbell's own. Saw him have to make a pit stop, drop down through the field, and suddenly a 30-second advantage for the Core Sim Racing driver, who might still need a wake-up call after he drives through the grass.
I'm not sure what he was doing there, but I'll take a bet that he wasn't looking at his screen because he just drove off the road out of Canada Corner there. Thankfully, it didn't result in anything too bad, but that'll make him a little bit nervous. It's going to be about those battles further behind, isn't it, for other places in the field today. Trek Esports, for example, have done a really good job to work their way through the carnage and get themselves now into fighting for a podium place, which I didn't think was possible for them, really, after the first stint of the race.
If you wonder sometimes, by the way, who's responsible for all of the graphics and stuff that you see on RaceSpot TV, well, the man that we're riding with now builds all of that for us behind the scenes. Long way around for Nick as he tries to make it work on Colin Brown. You can see the discomfort from the rear. You can't fit two of these cars side by side through the penultimate corner. They're going to try through the final corner. It's audacious. It's wonderful. And Nick Thiessen up to third spot.
Great pass for a podium place, a possible podium finish at the end of the day. Tried to squeeze his car into an impossible gap on the right-hand side into the penultimate corner. Took a risk by bobbling himself over the grass and the curb on the right-hand side there. And a sort of movement that could have easily gone wrong there. And he's made it work. Ran the outside through the first part, gave him the opportunity for the outside at the second with a switchback. And he is through. What a fantastic overtake, deserving of third place.
Oh, wonderful. And now he gets to, clip that and say that not only did he build the broadcast graphics, but he made that move for third position as well. Double whammy in the Trek Esports machine. Only 20 seconds back from Nathan Moore as well. One slip up could be second. Probably, unfortunately, not going to be for the lead. Brandon Roseborough in the Hydrace Geodesic racing car has made a trip down pit lane, lobs himself in front of Brad Newman. That's for 15th spot. Good to see, by the way. We had 26 starting GTPs. As much as we've had, let's be honest, chaos amongst the class, still 18 of them out there and running.
Yeah, there are, and trying to work out where some of the others. We've got Team Hoisingveld out, haven't we? We're figuring out whether they were still in the race or not, but they're not. Yeah, 18 in the race still, which is great to see. 6 laps down for the Zenith car at worst. So a little bit less spirit of endurance, you would say, in GTP, but that's to be expected. We don't see very much of it in the top class anyway. I'm just so delighted that some of those down the back of the GTO field are still going. As I said before, we really could do with a bit more spirit of the race, endurance driving from cars and laps down in endurance races and the top split of iRacing. It's so competitive these days that a lot of teams, when they realise they can't win, just quit, unfortunately.
And, you know, I guess this is a different sort of top split as well, right? We're not seeing all the big teams, the Red Lines, the Williams. Instead, we see the still strong drivers. Of course, Sim Racing, Pascal Stix have been at the top of their fair share of special events. WSR Esports butt kicker, winning in the Daytona 24 earlier this year in the LMP2 class. It's just that we get to see the other names as well that we may not always get to see, and so that's where it's always nice to see new faces, new names, and in our case, for Ewan and myself, drivers we've sometimes seen plenty of times before. Now, that's an opportunistic line by Colin Brown, but it doesn't force the mistake out of the track machine as they work down out of turn 5. But you can see that pressure building as 2 wheels into the gravel. This is definitely still a battle that's got plenty of legs on it.
I think it does, yeah. Less than 40 laps to go now. We're just 4 laps away from what we would normally consider the pit stop lap, and I think it will be for these two. Lap 92 should be when they next make their pit stop. That will be the final long pit stop of the day, maybe final tyre change for these two, but it is going to be about just these two for the podium places. 20 seconds up ahead to Nathan Moore, who's running second, 20 seconds behind to Jacob Reed, who's on his own in 5th position, driving this race alone, of course, as well. It's not like they're going to catch anybody else. It's not like they're going to be caught here, these two. It's between themselves for 3rd.
Give another shout out, by the way, to something that's going to kick off in about an hour and a half's time over on the Racing Prodigy YouTube channel. It is the second 2 of our Prodigy Search Selection shows as we hand out the final Prodigy passes before Prodigy Week Part 2 at the Atlanta Motorsports Park, where sim racers get their chance in a Radical SR1 to fight for a real-world professional racing contract. Last weekend, Brandon Hawking and Wado Leo and Matt Caruana won on iRacing Prodigy passes, and over the last weekend, over the last week, on Thursday, Max Papis and Random Callsign came together to pick the additional 4 Prodigy passes out of our iRacers. Jordan Johnson, Will Redford, Thomas Bellerman, and Rupert Kirkapa will be heading to Prodigy Week Part 2. And today, it's the final selection shows that will be all about. We're going to have some very, very prestigious judges, including one that's had a big moment here in the real world. And I think one thing you in that Prodigy Week is kind of about is sim racers getting into a real car for the first time and understanding that there are real consequences to when things go wrong. When we talk about Road America, there's one corner in particular that always takes center stage. That's, of course, the kink. And the crash that springs to mind when everyone talks about this corner is obviously when Catherine Ledge had their huge crash in an open wheel machine. She's going to be one of our judges in our selection shows. Just a little bit of an interesting tidbit.
Yeah, a bit of a full circle moment, I suppose you could say. I don't know if I've actually seen that crash. Maybe I have, and I didn't.
You definitely have, and you just don't remember it. Yes.
I just don't remember. It's entirely possible. My memory is shocking, but yeah, I can't think of it off the top of my head right now. As you say, so many famous, I guess, interludes through the kink, unfortunately, and I'm somewhat surprised we haven't seen any today, especially with the closing speed of these two classes around that turn.
Yeah, you know, we've had some interesting traffic overlaps, but nothing too bad through there, and it's good to see. And in general, let's also give the drivers their credit. Traffic's not been the main talking point today, because most of the incidents were, for the most part, within inter-class battles rather than intra-class battles. Regardless, fight up front's closed back up. Michael Polishek on the back of Niels Kaur, and these two have been tangoing. They've been teasing us so far, and we've got about 60 minutes left estimated in this race. Up front, your leader has 35 laps left to run. These drivers still unsure you in exactly how many they've got to go.
Yeah, exactly. That's the real problem in the slower class, but I guess it's just goes back to real, sorry, not real world racing, I guess in some respect, it goes back to timed racing where you don't know anyway. So, is it that much of a change-up for these drivers or not? In some respects, it is the same because, once again, it's the same situation. You don't know. It depends how many times you get lapped, etc. But in other senses, you don't know how long the race is going to be. So that makes it even less of an exact science, in my opinion here. So it's a real problem in GTO to figure this out. They need to get at least to lap 93 of the overall race, but you always want to go one further, in my opinion, just in case you don't get lapped as many times as you think. You just want to have that one lap of safety buffer so that you can go round again should you not be lapped quite as many times as the rest. And these two, for example, may well end the race a lap ahead of the field, given how far they are ahead, certainly ahead of the rest of the top five, or those outside of the top five, I should say, because they're a minute ahead of fifth position at the moment. So just worth bearing that in mind to keep that extra lap of fuel on board, but we should see them pushing a little bit more in this next phase of the race.
Yep, I think as well. Right now, they came in on the most recent pit cycle on the same lap. It might be the time now that Michael Polishek has been saving, and potentially he is the driver that will go a lap longer this time by. Over the shoulder. Big steering wheel, of course, in these old school machines compared to the modern GT3 cars with the much smaller radius and also now Formula style wheels that have become increasingly popular. Don't have to take your hands off the wheel either to shift, which I wonder if all of these drivers committed to the bit. Are they using an H-pattern shifter? We of course heard that Yuka Leskala in the Rusty Glacier machine sometimes has to knock his shifter back into memory.
Yeah, I wonder what the last car we had in iRacing, sort of modern-wise, that was added, that had a proper steering wheel, like I say proper steering wheel, a circular steering wheel, like this one, because you really don't see it very often anymore. You certainly don't see it to the largeness, as you said, of the one in this cockpit, because it is very, very big. I don't know whether that's sort of a disadvantage, to be honest, if you were to use that in real life. Surely it's not ideal. Surely you do want a bit of a smaller wheel just to feel like you've got a bit more control over it. Surely that helps.
I think what they want right now is more control over the traffic and to maybe not get it slithering through Bill Mitchell Bend. I feel like at the time, right, given that this was, I'm sure, quite a darty car, it wouldn't have been a bad thing to have a little bit more of a wide arc so you could have less dramatic weight shifts when you turn the... I don't know. It's interesting. But, there are plenty of cars which still use round wheels, of course. You can look at all of the NASCAR, basically, machines. Those are pretty simple steering wheels. At most, you might even have, like, push to torque on there and one other button, but not too much else on the wheel itself. In sports cars, that's a better question, though, because I think you have to go back to, like, the late 2009, 2010, like a Nissan GTR. That's like the last car I can remember having a round steering wheel, like, that sort of generation. Yeah,
because then the Audi started to come out, didn't it, with the R8 with just the top taken off, if you like. And now you barely get a steering wheel as sizable as a phone screen, to be honest. It's very small and very weirdly shaped too these days, as the leader comes in behind a horrifically damaged Audi.
That is the F1 Friends car, isn't it? No, it's not. Never mind. Very similar looking car, but I'm glad that my eyes deceived me there. Even Williams F1 now, they've moved to the integrated screen on the dash on the wheel, which for years they were the holdout team to have that philosophy that wheel inertia was more important than anything else, and things like that. Dominic Engel, the 911 GT3R, had a D-shaped wheel, but that's the D-shaped wheel. We're talking like the proper round, like OG round style wheels.
It did have a round wheel back in the mid 2010s. I'm sure it did.
Yeah. No, I agree with you. Wait. Repeat yourself. I don't think I agreed with you, actually.
in the mid 2010s, it definitely had a round wheel, the Porsche GT3.
Porsche GT3 R 2015. I'm putting this into Google.
Yeah, 2015 kind of era.
Because it would have been 2015 that new one came out. Or was it 2014? No, it was 2015. I was right.
Certainly by 15, yeah.
Yeah.
I think that car had a round wheel.
This is nerd stuff about racing right now. We are remembering exactly which year stuff came out. And I'm struggling to find 911 GT3R full race 2015. Now, I don't know if that's okay. More research is going to be needed here. I do trust Dominic Engel. He's got a pretty good mind for this sort of stuff. But I'm just going to say again, D-shaped is not round.
His picture is a Porsche. Very similar to my profile picture that used to be before I changed it to myself. But yeah, it's. I suppose it doesn't quite count, does it? It was. What would you say? It was flat at the bottom, if you like.
Oh wait, no, I'm confusing D-shaped with what Porsche have now in the 911 GT3R, which is the
that's
Audi
not
style.
D-shaped.
Yes, no, sorry.
Well,
if you can't tell, it's early in the morning for me.
How long can you use that excuse for?
Whenever. I can always trot it out.
Is it? I don't actually know where you are at the minute.
Oh no, I'm back home. It's 8:30 in the morning for me.
Oh, okay. Oh, I thought you were still away. Okay, so it's very early in the morning then. I didn't quite realise. I thought we were dealing with a 11:30 situation at the moment, to be honest.
Yeah,
that's why I asked how long you can use that excuse for.
You've had to work with me at like 3 in the morning before as well, so you've had to really deal with me at my worst. Dominic says the last Porsche he can remember with a proper round wheel, the 997 GT3 RSR from 2012. He does concede his knowledge is very brand limited, but that is a great bit of tidbit. Someone says C8R had a round wheel. That's the road car. We're talking race cars here. I don't think the C8R has a... That's the modern Corvette. It's definitely got a Formula wheel in the cockpit.
It must do, yeah. The C7 did, so you would have thought...
The GTE one you're talking about.
Both, I think. Well, I say both. There was only one.
Fake GT3.
Yes, exactly. Anyway. Yeah, the C7 definitely did not have a round wheel. Even that, so I wouldn't imagine they would have gone back to it again. I guess it just makes more sense, doesn't it, to not have the roundness of a wheel. You can sort of grip it a little bit better. It's really unideal for road cars, isn't it, to have a wheel like they do in race cars. Imagine trying to park with one of them. Absolute nightmare.
Yeah.
Horrendous. But for a race car, when you're not supposed to be parking like that, I think it makes sense, doesn't it, really, unfortunately.
C6R. So that would be the GT1. So that's like GT1 era, which
2000s.
Yeah, so that's even before the GT3s that we were kind of thinking about. So yeah, it's been a while.
Yeah, that's before I was even interested in sports car racing, by the way.
Well, so I've got the answer. You know what in sports car racing still uses a proper round wheel and a proper small radius round wheel at that too. Come on, give me a guess, Ewan.
Oh, goodness.
Oh!
No! Big crash.
Right in front of your leaders as well. They get out of it unscathed. Hydra Race Geodesic Racing, Precision Racing Esports, humongous wreck.
Well, whoever was behind there got on the brakes for turn 8 way, way, way too late. I'm not sure whether it was the traffic that really forced that, if you like, but that was a big crash. And I'm afraid to say that, they're both down pit lane. As a result now.
That was almighty. Oh boy. Let's go take a look at the replay because you say the car behind missed the braking zone. I don't think there's much disputing that.
It's so late on the brakes from Precision there. And Geodesic find themselves back down pit lane as a result for a second time for repairs. Now also down pit lane and out, possibly out, S2R Esports, who were fighting for that third position with Trek. They seem to be out at the moment.
Smallest of misjudgments, biggest of consequences. This is what happened to the S2R crew, down in towards turn number 5. And looks okay until it doesn't. And I'll be honest, the reason why I was going over to the conversation about the round wheel is because I saw the driver that had jumped into this car. It's Gresham Wagner that had taken over driving responsibilities here. Something is not right technically. Pulls it to the side and returns to pit lane. What has gone on there?
What has gone on there? And what was so bad that forced him to come in and, immediately? Surely in that situation you'd try and go on for until, lap 101 really, which is the lap that you can pit on first and make it to the end in GTP. What was so bad about that he couldn't continue on for just 7 or so laps?
I hope we can get a word from some point. But Gresham Wagner, of course, 2021 Mazda MX-5 Cup champion. Ewan, there's the answer. The cars that still have round wheels. It's not just the Mazda, I'm pretty sure the Toyota does as well.
I don't know what that means.
Toyota GR86, Mazda MX-5, they have round wheels.
Okay. Yeah, I guess they are. I guess they count.
There we go, we've got an answer. Elvis Rankins also just messaged me that the Corvette C7 Daytona prototype had a round wheel rim. That's not true.
That's not true.
It had a D-shaped one.
That's not true. It was like square. It was roundish.
It was the P310 from Sparco, I remember.
So I guess it is round. It's not circular, is what I meant to say.
Yes. No, it's D-shaped.
There's a difference.
We disqualified that earlier. Wow, yes. we have really gotten off topic, haven't we?
A little bit, but it's fun.
Can the leader stop fighting instead?
Yeah, it's what special events are all about, isn't it, really? Just to go off topic quite wildly sometimes and have a bit of fun with that. But no, to be honest, I miss the Daytona prototype days. But
no, you
anyway.
don't. Oh, what a terrible car it was.
I really do miss it. Well, maybe I've got nostalgia with it because it was my first.
Because you never had to drive it.
Well, that's true.
Yeah, look at
but
that.
Also the fact that I got into IMSA with those cars. You know, the Daytona prototype versus LMP2 battles that maybe I'm a bit more nostalgic for than I should be.
They were a very important part of making sure that American endurance sports car racing and prototype racing is where it is today. So I don't want to denigrate the Daytona prototypes too much, but they were cheap race cars designed for a specific time, and now we have much better race cars as a result of it. And because we're talking about it, I also get to bring up the reason why I get to be opinionated on the Corvette C7 Daytona prototype is it's the only car I've ever competed in a top split special event in when I qualified 1 second off of Josh Rogers. So I will equivocally tell you, terrible car. I don't like it. Fun car, terrible car.
By the way, that's about the third time I've heard you mention that in the last month.
Of course, every time we bring the car up, I got to mention it.
Yeah, or Sebring for that matter.
Yeah, of course.
So,
but to be fair, relevant.
Yeah. No, I know. Yeah, I'm not blaming you for it. Just saying. Yeah, it's maybe car I'm a bit more nostalgic for than I should be.
We're going to get you to go drive it after this. That's what we're going to do.
I wouldn't mind, to be honest. It'd be good fun, I'm sure. But there we go. Those days are very, very much gone. Have been for 4 years or so now since the LMP2 was introduced to iRacing.
The attention to detail on this car, by the way, is spectacular. Have you noticed? How do you spell alternator? Wait till the wheel is straight.
Wow.
A-L-T-E-N. Oh, get back to that later. Big drama on corner exit. Check up for your race leader. Obsidian Racing slice their way to the front. And change that maybe comes right as they are due to come down to pit lane next time by.
Yeah, so how did that really... Oh, well, will it? That was a big slide for Core. And he did well to save it. He continues in seconds, just behind Michael Polasek, but that could have been so different. That could have been the race right there. But to be honest, I'm still puzzled as to why he did lose so much speed off the final turn there.
We were riding on board with Polasek, so it wasn't necessarily clear for us to see. And again, we are expecting them down to the pit lane this time by. Wind the tape back. You can see one prototype car working its way through. And I wonder if it's just because it was a tighter entry than a bit of understeer, so much more patient on the power, or was it because the prototype runs wide and it gets off the throttle?
Yeah, so it wasn't the fact that he had to slow down there, but he was just scared about the GTP going off the road and straight into him, because if he continues accelerating here and the GTP goes off, then he's going to be straight in there.
He bounced off the limiter there, Ewan.
Oh, did he?
Yeah, let's go back, listen to this one more time. He goes into the wrong gear.
He does, yeah. Yeah, I mean, it came with the byproduct of having not getting involved in any incident that the GTP would have had. But anyway, that didn't seem to be the reason in the end. He did just miss the shift, and that is something that you have to factor in these cars that we very rarely do.
Well, we've talked about mistakes with that blowing engines. No blown engine, fortunately, but unfortunately dropping back in line, and we will see them. Driver's right-hand side, surely this time by, entering into pit lane. We will for Core, we won't for Polishek. He's eked out one more lap of fuel.
And how much is that going to save him in terms of pit stop time here? Is he going to be able to go a lot shorter than Niels Core on the pit stop time this final time around? How short is it going to be compared to the previous ones for these two? Polishek did a 47-second stop last time. Will Core sort of shorten that stop at all, or will they just fill it up to the top and push a little bit more this time?
We're riding and looking at Michael Polishek at the front. There is Satellite Racing on its marks. We'll keep an eye on the gap as they work. Here's the battle, though, for now sixth on track, I should say, excuse me, for the GTOs. Lewis Emerton in front of the Friends F1 Cup and the Why Not P1 Scuderia team.
Yeah, so unfortunately, Victor Santana is slowly going backwards, and he will be again as he's tipped into a slide off of turn 3. He will get overtaken by Tom Kleeman, who was probably the instigator of that slide, in all honesty, but he's taken the place.
Your third place car is also now down on pit lane amongst all of that drama, so Norbert Leitner has rolled stationary. Here comes Niels Core off and away, though. Only 44.8 seconds for him, though. Clearly realizing he doesn't need the full service.
Well, that does puzzle me, because why would you not just push on a little bit more in the race then and do a bit more fuel saving? Because the amount they've been saving this race has been tremendous. The amount of lifting off we've heard has been unbelievable.
It has indeed. You can see out onto track once again, trying to build up some temperature into the tires. Here's Michael Polishek. He'll be down to pit lane this time by. Has got one prototype working its way through. Traffic doesn't come to you at the best time that you want it. You've got to make do with what you're given. And here he comes. Just has to execute now. And he's been very good cone to cone as well. Can he do that one more time?
Yeah, felt like Niels Core on his entrance to pit lane was a little bit conservative, but maybe Polishek was too. He's going to have to be very strong cone to cone. Here is Michael Polishek. I think Niels Core was okay, but it was nothing special. Maybe Polishek can gain some time that way. He does also have the advantage of knowing the pit stop time already of Niels Core, who's been before him.
So there's the car up on its marks. There's your race leader. Overall, Pascal Stix, we're not going to talk too much more about him. 24 laps to survive. That's all he's got to do. S2R Esports, by the way, have not got an update on what happened to them. However, they seemingly are out and are still stationary, waiting on pit lane. There's Polishek, just waiting for the final marks. Through Canada corner, sweeps. Niels Core, though, already up to speed.
Yeah, he's very much up to speed here, and let's see the pit stop time for Polishek, 43.1. And if we consider it might be a quicker cone time as well, we could see Obsidian Racing in the lead by quite some time here.
Where is Polishek going to end up? He's got to just wait now to be able to get onto the loud pedal full throttle. Past the green cone, up to speed. That's going to be at least 2.5, 3 seconds between first and second spot. And now with about 45 minutes of racing to go, it's pedal to the metal. It's go, go, go.
It is, and it's going to be Satellite Racing the ones having to chase here, but that's such a big gap. 4 seconds to close in the space of the last stint of this race, really. We've only got around 45 minutes remaining of this one now, and surely that is going to be a gap too big to bridge for Satellite Racing.
So, as the race continues to see cloud cover up above, thanks for joining us here on the iRacing Esports Network. Going to see if these drivers are going to be able to close. It's a big gap as well now to the Rusty Glacier team. Not sure exactly how it all opened up.
No, I'm not, to be honest, either. Did the Glacier car have a longer stop? Yeah, it did. It pitted for the full amount, actually, during that last one, so that will be a lot of the gap. Polisek was 2.2 seconds quicker in the lane than Core that time around, and he was at 1.7 seconds quicker stationary. So 5 attempts made up cone to cone as well, and so it's just a big chase now for Niels Core, and hopefully he doesn't have any fuel saving to do and he can just push.
24 laps are left to go, and pushing is what we are hoping they will do. And hopefully they've done their fuel calculations correctly. If they've been doing them based on the fuel saving that they've done, they might need to still do a little bit more on board with Core as he maximizes the track. Hear all those wonderful little extra sounds that you get in these machines. It's just great. The extra little bit of detail captured by iRacing's audio team brought to life.
Yeah, it's fantastic. The sounds of this particular race, great to listen to and great to hear from, especially with the Audi. That's the most notable thing that we were talking about, the announcement video earlier on that we both remember from years ago. It was one of the really sort of memorable things, I suppose you can say, from that initial revelation that this car was going to be added to the service. The sound that it makes is just so unique, and that's why this, or one of the reasons why this race is a great one to watch. The sounds, if anything else.
So now that Pablo Castro has made his final pit stop, I think we can officially confirm he's done enough to cut out a pit stop from this race.
Well, he's still got fuel saving to do in this last stint, but other than that, yes.
Yeah, I mean, he's just got to do a normal stint here, but, you know, I think he is going to get a solid top 5 finish out of this. Given that he started at the very back of the field, I think that's a win. Yeah, I think it's a success. I mean, it's hard to tell whether or what that's come down to be honest, because he, as you say, started at the back. Now, his pace, I don't believe, would have had him start at the back of the field. It was just the qualifying and the lack of a lap in qualifying, actually, that put him back there, not his actual speed. So how much can we actually put down to the strategy that he's gained places? Because that's what we always talk about. It's not about a case of whether you win or you don't. It's about a case of, have you done better than you otherwise would have done if you just done what everybody else has and made 5 stops today. And these drivers probably not having spotters and engineers like we often talk about in the more team and, you know, bigger endurance special events. This, I do think, is an event that many of these drivers look forward to taking on the challenge of doing it solo, you know, given that they are given that opportunity. And I wonder how many of them are going to regret that decision. And next time would be wanting to try and have a bit of a partner, a bit of juking back and forth as fiercely forward, who are going to have to come down to pit lane in a couple of laps' time, showing themselves in the mirror of Pablo and making their presence known. I think Pablo would be well advised to just move to the one side and let the move happen.
Maybe it would be a good idea to just get out of the way, and maybe that's what is happening here. As they run down the straight, fiercely forward, make their way up to 8th place. Said earlier on that they might be able to get 7th. Well, it can maybe be even more ambitious than that, although they do have one more stop to go, and it's probably longer than everybody else's.
Oh, yeah, because when's the next driver going to end up coming in? The next driver, at least 4 laps after that. You know, think about how much fuel that's going to be. These cars don't put in as much fuel, you know, as quickly as they do in modern times when technology just has continued to evolve. It's still 4.5 seconds up front. Michael Polisek doing kind of what we feared. He waited until the pit stops were done and dusted, broke clear, and is not going to give us a chance to see a fight at the front. Instead, why not P1? Well, P7 for now, hopefully not P8, as F1 Friends Cup putting the pressure on.
They are trying to recover from that big slide they had through turn 3 earlier on in this stint. It's Victor Santana who is trying to work his way on past and has done so pretty easily. I wonder whether he was semi-given that position because of what happened 1 lap ago. I sort of suspect not, but I'm not entirely sure. Can't be sure, to be honest. He's up to 7th though, and that might well be the limit, despite the fact this car was running in the top 5 earlier. He's not got the speed to stay with those who are now there.
And let's go back to something we were talking about just before we had that bit of a fight at the front of the field. Well, Let's break out the yellow pen again. Yeah, that's not quite how you spell alternator, is it? There's a bit of a misspelling there, where alternauter.
Wonder if that's sort of an Easter egg that means someone to someone, but not us.
No, that is, I promise you, Ewan, that is 100% what it was in the car that they went and scanned, and it was just a typo. Because in German, Dominic Engel tells us that you spell alternator, how do I say this?
Lichtmaschine.
Lichtmaschine, there you go.
That was bad German pronunciation. But
better than mine, it's okay.
Because that's one of the easier German words to pronounce. It's not that bad. It's okay. Schienbeinrausch is the only German phrase that I really know any sort of relation to motorsports because of course, that clip. But by the way,
I said it wrong, I know.
Dominic could be getting us to say anything there.
Oh, good point. He really could. See, the thing
that
is...
could mean anything.
The thing is, Dominic is trustworthy, right, Dominic? You're not doing anything crazy with us.
Please.
Please.
I've said it now, so it's too late.
It's okay. Dominic, of course, the person, one of the people behind the scenes that made the Sports Car Open Championship run for so many years, now behind the scenes helping to power the Porsche Esports Carrera Cup Great Britain. So I'm sure he's being responsible because otherwise, I'm trying to... how would we make his life difficult? I don't know. We've come up with ways to... oh, you know, I know exactly what I'm going to do. You know how I like to run faces on my cars, on my paint schemes?
Yeah.
Dominic face paint incoming.
What, if he's done something wrong, or just
generally? Just generally.
Oh, right.
And then if anything happens where, you know, we say something and Dominic, you know, misled us with his German, bang, the car goes on trading paints.
Well, he's not confirmed or denied at the moment whether he's leading us down the wrong path, but we'll find out in due course, I suppose, because well, yeah, as I say, we've both said it now, so it's too late.
He's gleefully cackling somewhere that he wants us to say something.
He's on the floor laughing.
Exactly, literally ROFL. Sorry, inside joke from this past week at work. Anyway, that's Javier Soto that runs 1.5 seconds back from David Toth. These are, of course, drivers that still yet to make a pit stop. David Toth, on the 19th lap of his stint, should be down to pit lane within the next 4 laps at the most, depending on how much he has actually been saving. And we'll try and backfill as to how many laps left in this race. 20 to go. Next time by, 19 for your leader, who is seemingly going to be in a position where not going to have too many cars left on the leading lap here.
Yeah, it's going to be down to what I would say probably 6, to be honest, by the end. I don't think PGZ are going to stay on the lead lap, unfortunately for them, but we'll find out. What I was trying to work out there is who can make it to the end from here at this stage, because they're certainly in the minority at the moment. PGZ the most notable of them and the best placed actually of those who can make it to the end from here. Sean Campbell can as well, although it's a real stretch for them both, to be honest with you. It will be less of a stretch for Casper de Court, who's just been in and he's on his outlap right now, and Eric Neef, who's completing his first flying lap right now. But only those 4 can make it to the end in GTP.
Yeah, I remember Casper de Court in the Hydra Race Geodesic Racing number 25 has been short filling at every stop without fail. He's been committed to that strategy, knew he was going to end up with that splash and dash stop, and said, why not just make sure it was slightly longer, and that is indeed going to see him emerge out on track, technically 1 lap down, but by the time Pascal Stix rolls back around to pit lane, it will be on the leading lap for de Court. In terms of the GTOs, trying to take a look at where the gaps are there, 90 seconds between 1st and 6th positions. I think it is fair to say Obsidian Racing and Satellite Racing, class of the field.
Yeah, I think that's fair to say. They've been a lot better than everybody else in the race so far. The gap from Niels Kaur to Joni Hagner, for example, 26.5 seconds at this stage. But I think if you want to, even more notably than that, I think the top 4 have been better than the rest, really. 35 seconds between 4th and 5th right now. Admittedly, that is a big battle for 5th position, but nevertheless, I think it's really telling the gap there. that has created the sort of top 4 that we're seeing at the moment, and then the gaps further back really do get large, although once again it gets to that stage where you're going so far down where you start to wonder how many of these gaps are on pure pace and how many are due to problems had throughout the day.
You know how we've come up with some wild suggestions so far today, Ewan? Should I throw another wild one at you? You know how VCO, IMSA Esports and iRacing, we worked together last year to bring the IMSA Esports Global Championship to life. At the end of the season, we did a support race with the GT4 machines. How about a support race with these cars?
Yeah, it's not a bad idea. I just don't know who would do it.
I mean, we've got people crazy enough to come and do this Road America 500.
Well, that's true. I suppose so. But it's just... I mean, maybe it makes more sense because it's a bit historic and it uses a previous IMSA generation, if you like. It makes a bit of sense in that respect. But in terms of... my point is you'd never see it in real life, which is maybe what people would put a question mark over. But, you know, I wouldn't mind seeing it. Any excuse to see these cars again would be a good one.
I mean, we've seen them in the past, so it'd be quite cool to have, you know, a support series of vintage racing as well. I don't know, that's just an idea. Be quite curious if people like that. Or do people really like GT4 cars, which are baby GT3s nowadays, stripping off that downforce. And let's be honest, are quite popular in their own regard.
Very popular, yeah. They're almost becoming more popular than GT3 in real life, I feel.
I think that's partly just a fundamental cost thing. When a new GT3 car with the kit that you need to actually go racing is going to cost you about $1 million out the door, and then you factor in running costs. I think a GT4 car comes in closer to 300, 400, which I'm not here to tell you. That's a reasonable amount of money, Ewan, but it's definitely less.
More money than I've ever seen, I think. But anyway, yeah, it is less, but it wasn't always the case, was it? In GT4, it's been around for a while, but for a long time, GT3 was a good sight more popular, I would say. And maybe that's changing now. I think the slightly slower speeds and the even more drivable nature of GT4 makes it a more or manageable proposition for a gentleman driver as well.
Again, it is, you know, the place where you're stepping up, but yeah, as GT3 initially was designed to be, let's give a platform which isn't too expensive, manufacturers aren't going to go wild, and then as it got more popular, guess what? Manufacturers went wilder, the cars got more sophisticated and advanced, and then the cost scrambled up and up and up. GT4 was a reaction to that. How do we simplify them, make them more similar to their road-going counterparts? And they are very, very similar to their road-going counterparts in ways that the GT3 cars just aren't at the end of the day. And yeah, that is where the excitement comes. Someone says in chat that single-make championships are more exciting. I think championships where BOP isn't needed is how I would phrase it, right? Because I don't think people would disagree that having multiple cars of different types fighting together is fun. What's not fun is when you have to constrain the cars, Ewan, to make that possible.
You think so? I think it's quite useful, to be honest with you. I'm a bit of a BOP fan, to be honest. It does leave it open to interpretation in terms of how legitimate sometimes a victory is, almost because of the way that it works. But nevertheless, I think it's a good idea. It keeps costs down when we're trying to have lots of cars in sports car racing sort of competing at the same level at the same time, and there's certainly enough drivers to achieve that. It's about having the amount of cars, and I think it's important for BOP to allow for that.
16 laps to go, 5 seconds the gap between Michael Polishek and Niels Kor. It's just growing. Polishek's turned the tempo up after riding behind and saving for so long. It was all just a bit of waiting in the wings. It's going to be back-to-back potentially for Obsidian Racing if no mistake here. But Michael Polishek was beaten by Fernando Busquets last year. This time he'll take that step higher if he can hold on. He's not going to be too concerned about fuel, that is for sure. Pablo Castro, by the way, as we were talking about, cutting out that extra stop, is going to end up cycling in front of, at the very least, Strati Jacob Reed, Trek Esports. I don't think, though, he's going to end up cycling in front of WSR Esports butt kicker, who are, 70 seconds up the road from him?
It's going to be tricky. Yeah, very tricky indeed. I think those final pit stops, by the way, for those at the very front of the field, let's say the top 5, are going to be very, very short. So it's going to be tricky for anybody to jump many places up on those front 5, I would have thought. So Nathan Moore should be good for a podium, but it's somewhat difficult to tell at this stage quite where this race is going to end up, with still pit stops, still pit stops to come, I should say. 9 laps to go should be the marker when everybody's in.
That's a very dirty WSR Esports butt kicker car as well. You can see the front no longer white, more grey, black than anything else, with the marbles and dirt continuing to be thrown up. These cars look really, really cool as well. They're sleek, they're nimble, and I'd be quite curious to put them next to a modern Formula One car, because I actually think they'd look really, really small in comparison, wouldn't they?
Possibly, yeah. F1 cars are getting far too big.
Yeah. You put a Formula One car next to a modern hypercar, like what is now running in the GTP class, and it's like almost double the size or something, it feels like.
It's not that.
It's not quite, but you know.
But traditionally, prototypes are supposed to be bigger than Formula cars, open wheel cars, because they're just built like that. And we've gotten to the stage now where the Formula One cars are as big as the prototypes in the top class of motorsport, and that is a real problem for F1. I mean, just go back and watch a Monaco Grand Prix, for example, of 15 years ago or so. Those sort of late 2000s cars were pretty small. You could actually overtake somewhat around that circuit. It was feasibly possible. Now I dread to think what the race is going to look like when we go there soon.
Yeah, let's not think about that. In fact, I try not to watch too much F1 nowadays. You know, it's not a bad philosophy.
No, I watch the highlights always, but
well, the main reason I don't get to watch you, and I think for you as well, is we commentate on so many things that we're usually busy during it.
Yeah, that's true.
It's a good excuse.
Or it's, as is recently, less for you, but for me, not waking up early in the morning for that has been my reaction.
Ah, fair enough, yes. Someone in the iRacing Esports Network chat, as well as Dominic in our RaceBot TV YouTube chat, saying far too big. Dominic also mentions the weight of the car, which is part of it as well, right? We're the size and the weight are a factor of the way that
physics.
It's not that, but we're trying to make the car safer at the end of the day, right? And so I think that's also what's happened in Formula One, is because we've gotten so fast and we've had to add these structures to support the cars at high speed. Fundamentally, they're bigger and weightier. And so the question then becomes, is a controversial question, do you slow down Formula One cars?
Well, it's somewhat have done in the last regulations. They're a bit slower than before, but
we made them bigger, didn't we? They certainly feel bigger, this generation, than the old one.
Yeah, they are bigger, but bigger doesn't necessarily equal faster.
No, yes. No, for sure. But that's what I meant. Like, so we tried to slow them down, but what we did was we made them bigger, and heavier. Yeah. Instead of just saying smaller engines or something, and maybe that's what we need to look at.
I don't know if the engines are the problem, really. It's the corner speed that's the problem, in my opinion, anyway. For that, I think you've sort of the issue that I agree with. That you mentioned there is the safety aspect of it. I was thinking about this with cars on the real road, on public roads recently, about how they're just very big, and I don't see how that's ever going to decrease, actually, because, as you mentioned, safety, it's important, and so how do you make the cars smaller in both motorsport and just daily life while also keeping them safe? I don't see how that's possible at all.
A bigger amount of... I'm trying to read Dominic Engel's messages, because it's always great being able to read the messages as they come up into chat. Bigger amounts of mass moving at speed is also more dangerous. Yes, exactly. But
well, for who?
For everybody.
Even the people inside.
Oh yes, because yeah. Have you saw what happened with the NASCAR Next Gen cars when it first came out? Unless the force is sent outwards what happens? The force is transferred internally to the driver and to that car. Many of the drivers said when it was first raced last year, the crashes that they had in that car felt like the worst crashes they'd ever been in. So it's one of those interesting things. Dominic points out Euro race trucks are limited to 160 kilometers an hour, so 100 miles an hour, to limit their speed in a crash. I'm not saying we need to do that for F1, but did you see the news reports that came out where we're adding active aero to these cars, and somehow they thought that having a movable rear wing but not a movable front wing wasn't going to change the aero balance of the car significantly enough? Maybe we need some more logical steps to try and slow these cars down.
Yeah, I'm not entirely sure on that side of physics side of things, because my knowledge is limited. But yeah, I've heard a lot of discussions about the next regulations and how they might not, or certain people anyway, think that they might not achieve what they're going for anyway.
I'm trying to think of how I would slow down. How do you tell an F1 team that you can't build a fast car? We want to keep corner speeds up. Take away... Imagine if we made front wings so much simpler.
Well, that used to be the case, didn't it?
Yeah.
Well, front wings especially. It used to be the case in sort of the first part of the hybrid era, where the cars would have to be limited in terms of aerodynamic pieces for 14, 15, 16. You really couldn't do very much compared to what you are allowed to now. With well, not now. I mean, from 2017 onwards, etc. That kind of era, it was a little bit different. You could do a lot more with other pieces of the car. But yeah, maybe if those kind of things were standardised a little bit more, it would slow things down. The slight problem is that everything else is sort of speeding up to catch up. Well, and so if you just decrease F1 speed, you'll have F2 speed cars.
Well, that's
if you're not careful.
That's the problem, right? Is we've gotten fast enough at the Indy 500. We're not trying to go faster anymore, right? We've reached a point at which we've decided, right, this is sensible enough. I guess the thing for F1 is, how do you tell Formula One teams who are in a sport where we are told, you know, the pinnacle of engineering, we're trying to push the boundaries of technology and what is possible, right, at the end of the day. How do you tell them, no, we're not going to let you push the boundaries too much? That's where the issue comes, right? So I guess that's the interesting thing. I'm very glad I don't have to work in real motorsport, because these are big questions that have not simple answers, and then you've got to deal with all the politics around how you solve the question. So best of luck to whoever's responsibility that is, and I look forward to reading your book at the end of your career about how much fun you had. Yeah,
it's probably not fun, to be honest. But anyway, someone's got to do it, I suppose. And so they've got the job. Yeah, it's maybe a mindset problem, to be honest, with that, because what is the actual point of having all that engineering or pinnacle of engineering business? You know, if it doesn't make it entertaining, what is the point? I don't really see it.
IndyCar is not a spec car as well. That's what makes it such an interesting proposition. As a lot of it is the same, but then there's unique things that you... Dampers, for example, totally custom. And so exciting news this past week that Prema's going to bring 2 Indy cars next year. Means 29 potential full-time entries. But, you know, they're going to have to get up to speed in those unique elements, and probably they'll have to work with other teams, build partnerships, hire engineers, and do all of that fun stuff. So, yeah. Not saying spec Formula One is the answer, because it definitely is not, but budget cap was a good first step in some ways. What other steps can they take? Here comes the Trek Esports machine down to pit lane with, well, 11 laps to go. It leaves just Pascal Stix, and WSR Esports butt kicker out on track, yet to box.
Yep, and surprised that they are actually the only ones still left out there, to be honest with you, because I thought that everyone would wait for as long as possible, pit in as late as possible, and make that final change in terms of putting those final bits of fuel in to get to the end at the end. But clearly not. That's not quite been done by everyone. And so there's a couple of early stops, but maybe one more lap to go at the end of this one for Pascal Stix as he makes it on to lap 115 of the race. That will be another 23 lap stint completed if you can get to the end of this one.
See, by the way, if Sean Campbell is going to have to make an extra stop. He is pushing on his recovery. The Marshmallow Racing car is behind Casper de Court, Hydrace Geodesic Racing entry. Through that final corner, maybe half a car length at most between them, and then de Court almost runs into the back of one of those Why Not P1 Scuderia Dunkersaw machines as they rise their way back up towards the stripe and juking one way then the other. De Court covers driver's right hand side. Campbell's going to have to go the long way around, but he had the speed, had the momentum, got through before they got to the braking zone.
And pretty important to do that as well. What a recovery from Sean Campbell after his incident out of turn number 1. His very long stop, of course, as well. The only question for me is whether he can make it to the end of the race. It's going to be a bit of a stretch for him. He might well think, well, I'm not really involved in an actual fight, so I might as well have fun working my way through with positions and then come in for a splash and dash with a couple of laps to go.
All but one car scored 1 lap down in the GTPs as we wait for those top 2 to make their pit stops. Last year, only 1 car across of both cars was classified as on the leading lap. We've had plenty of attrition today for sure, left with just 31 cars left there, left out there and running. However, it's definitely been a little bit cleaner than last year, which I guess goes to show you, and more experience coming in from 12 months ago. Drivers saw this event, maybe have done a bit more practice, knew a bit more going into this one. And therefore, I assume when we come back next year, because I'm guessing that we will, based on how popular this event is getting, they'll have even more knowledge and it'll be even tighter.
Maybe it will be, and maybe less attritional as well. Though I think to a point, these cars are always going to be like that because of how they drive. And so there's sort of a feeling of an unavoidable fact, if you like, with regards to that sometimes. But you just never know what level these guys could get to, given a little bit more time and a few more events passing as well. But it's great to have a sort of special event that is going back to a bygone era, if you like, and maybe we could do with a couple more of them, although we do already have a lot of special events. Yeah,
I mean, you pack them in alongside the likes of the Nürburgring Endurance Series and plenty of others. Quite busy. 22.4 seconds stationary for for Core Sim Racing. Think it will be similar for WSR Esports Butt Kicker, and because it was actually a slightly shorter stop than I anticipated by around 5 seconds for Trek Esports, they've come out in front of Team PGZ and Pablo Castro. So right now Pablo's up to 4th on the strategy that cut out a pit stop. However, still finds himself 60 seconds off of the race lead, but coming from the back of the field, 20 positions gained. It's been a remarkable drive, to say the least.
It has been, and that will stand no matter what the result here, but I don't even think the outcome is that simple just yet. He's still got to save fuel in this final stint. Just because he's made it to the critical lap for his final pit stop of the day doesn't mean that he can go all out here in the final stint and push till the very end. He's still got to be careful at the end of the day, because he's still got another 24 lap stint to execute. That's 1 lap longer than most of the cars have even attempted at any point so far today. So he's got to make sure that he gets this right fuel wise, and that means he's going to lose some time. It's going to be about looking over his shoulder and trying to sustain the margin to 5th place more than anything else.
It's just a second a lap though. You can afford to lose that. 9 to go. This is your leader in the GTO class. It's still Michael Polishek for Obsidian Racing. 6 seconds clear now of Niels Core. We did wonder, right, what it was going to end up being once the strategy cycled out. We knew it was going to get split. Unfortunately, the satellite racing car just not having the legs to be able to close, and as much as he has a sign on the back that says no passing zone, the pass was done all through one small moment, and Polishek never looked back after that.
Yeah, exactly. It was very quickly over and out, and there was no real battle between the two of them at any point. There was a lot of fuel saving going on early on. We followed along with them. The gap was lower than a second for a long period in this race, but it's extended out now. And it's showed, I think, the last stint in this race that the best driver has won on the day, in my opinion, or is winning right now with 8 still to go, because Polishek came out with a 4-second advantage. He's been able to stretch that out by another couple. Now, what that's down to makes you wonder, but this has been a stint long enough where you can start to mark these two against each other, I feel. And so it means that, yeah, the right driver is winning at the moment, I would say, because the faster driver is in the lead at the moment.
Exactly. Interesting to note the exhaust placement on this Audi GTO car is on the right-hand side of it, and I guess, you know, there's method and reason to that design decision, but it just made me think that Laguna Seca's known for, you know, as you begin to climb up the hill, basically at the dry lake bed, there's a shack on the right side of the track which measures how much noise your car makes. And so often what people will do when they build cars to go and race at Laguna Seca is they put the exhaust and any sort of, make sure that any of the sound is directed away from that microphone. This would not be a Laguna Seca spec car, but those are small decisions, Ewan, that I'm sure the designers went, right, we've got reasons for doing this, let's do it this way.
Yeah, and I don't really understand the mechanics of these kind of things, to be honest with you, so I can't really comment on further, but there you go. It's very cool to see, and yeah, to people who do understand these things, they can get their head around it a bit more than I can, because, as I say, don't really understand.
7 to go up front for Pascal Stix. Where is he relative to Michael Polishek? So he's heading down into turn 5. He is going to pass Polishek one more time, I feel.
Yeah, probably. Maybe.
As you can see, it's coming through turn 6 at the top of your screen. On your screen is where Polishek is running into Canada corner. Lap time difference between these cars nearing about 17 seconds or so. They, of course, make their speed in very, very different ways. It's the only one of the special events that we get to see them on. And again, I'll just encourage you, if you enjoy these cars, there are strong communities built up around this car, so make sure you learn a bit more about it. GSRC will have coverage of another one of these iRacing Road America 500s in about 30 odd minutes time. Wonder if any of these drivers is crazy enough to go and do the double.
That's possible. That's the wonderful thing about iRacing. You're not restricted to one time slot either. You can do multiple if you would prefer. I think certainly those who maybe were out at the race earlier on would very much like to give it another go. If you've not got anything else on this Saturday evening, then evening in Europe anyway, then you might as well give it another go. Sean Campbell has been racing in the morning over in America. Maybe he'll give it another go in the afternoon as well. It feels like the kind of thing he might do.
Especially given that, you know, he's definitely had the speed potentially to be up there towards the front. Not the luck necessarily. There he is, 6th place in front of DeCourt. Still waiting to find out if there's going to be enough fuel in that car. Campbell should be able, if he is saving, to go 24, but question is, behind that helmet, has he really been focused on the task at hand? Which one of these cars... I think he's always focused. He might have more fun at times than others. Have you got a favorite of these two cars, Ewan, the Nissan or the Audi?
I would go for the Nissan, but that's mainly down to the fact that I would think I would enjoy the way it drives a little bit more. I find four-wheel drive quite frustrating, to be honest, so I don't think I would enjoy it very much.
It's a different sort of experience, and I think I agree with you. The Audi in the past has been a car where I've struggled to really be patient enough on power with it. The Nissan's maybe sometimes difficult on power, but once you become a bit more patient and roll your foot onto the loud pedal rather than just stamping onto it, you can understand it a little bit more. And that also, of course, helps you in other cars when you can save tires a little bit better and nurse the conditions through the course of the stint. Now, let's check the lap time this time by as well, because as much as Sean Campbell, I think, needs to save fuel, I do think that David Toth in the wannabe SRT machine is closing, so this might end up being a fight for 6th position.
And it's really worrying for Campbell, because I guess he would still have fuel to save. He is going quite a good bit slower than his best lap times on the session, which are still able to be set. Nathan Moore just set a personal best on that previous one, but that suggests to me a couple of times in the 48s there in a row for Campbell suggests to me that he is trying to make it to the end here, and he is just lifting off. But Darrett Toff is certainly going a lot quicker. He's had to repair damage throughout today, and so it's been a recovery drive and he is recovering maybe to 6th place. It looks like he had the speed to get there anyway.
5 laps to go. Last thing you want to do, spill off the track, make a mistake, bobble, and, well, some of these drivers are finding out the pressure builds in these closing stages. David Toth is now joining this hunt. It's 3 cars in this fight for 6th, with traffic potentially to work their way through as well as they flick it right through the hurry downs. Caught in that Hydrace geodesic racing machine. Came down 15 laps ago. Was the one driver basically committed to equal pit stop times throughout the course of the day. Knew he was going to make a splash and dash at the end and wanted to try and do something different. It's worked out decently. 4 positions gained from where he started, and left side of the screen, plenty of big movers so far today.
Yeah, there was another move into the kink, but that was not position-wise, just another car going a lap down. The question somewhat is going to be whether these 3 stay on the lead lap as well. Speaking of that, so Pascal Stick's not too far away from them as he's cruising his way to the checkered flag with 5 laps to go as things stand. But this is going to be a battle to the end of the race by the looks of things. Geodesic, it very much sandwiched in the middle of Sean Campbell and David Toff at the moment, and trying to move themselves on forward a bit further after qualifying outside the top 10 today.
If Sean Campbell can do 25 laps, it would be remarkable, but Sean Campbell has done remarkable things in the past before, out wide for DeCourt, but foot to the floor, don't think he lifted there, carried that momentum down through into turn 3 and then had to back out of it, trying to avoid checking up his momentum behind Tom Kleeman in the Why Not P1 Scuderia Dunkersaw machine that rides in 7th place. Towards turn 5 they will go with a laps car behind them. That's not going to pose too much worries. Question's going to be, is the move going to be forced by Toth? Will he sting his way up the inside? Can't get his way squeezed through. Instead, long way around. Going to be forced to be brave underneath the Corvette bridge. We've seen drivers get pushed off the track here. DeCourt leaves the room though, and through the hurry downs holds on to the spot.
Yeah, it leaves adequate room as well. Toth put himself to the outside there and sort of bobbled over the outside curb, if you like. You see the car bouncing up and down as it so often does, and that sometimes means if you're not careful you can get slippage on traction and spin into the wall, but he was able to avoid that on this occasion too. He's pushing again now as he gets himself wide over the curb and over the grass on the exit of the carousel as well. Running out of laps now to make up these both passes, but it's good defending so far from Casper DeCourt.
And the leader is closing as well, so he may put them a lap down, which I don't think they'll want to do. They will have 4 to go at the line. That number's going to update to 3, only a couple of seconds afterwards though. Keep that in mind. This helps Campbell. He's got a bit more breathing room. He can afford to save a bit more into each of these braking zones. If he is a bit more marginal, then he'd feel comfortable with. At least we've got one of these fights brewing to the very end. It should be a good one. DeCourt's clearly going to give the room, give the respect. And David Toth, a podium winner in the iRacing World Championship Series in an open wheel car. He's shown some speed, shows some confidence with the downforce to go around the outside and take the spot away.
Yeah, that was mostly done on the straight. He was just quicker down the front straight on that occasion as they have to weave past one of the GTO cars down in the grass there. That's not going to help, and David Toff might have some defending to do down here into turn 5. He does move it to the left-hand side to defend from DeCourt, who will brake late on the outside here, but how aggressive is he willing to be? In fact, he's not even going to be alongside on the exit of turn 5. DeCourt will again force defence into turn 6 as there's a spin behind them. Toff continues and holds on to 7th place.
It was Javier Soto Stradi, who's had a bit of a difficult day. He's still out there, albeit 2 laps down, and running in 12th position. As mentioned, 3 to go for your leader. There'll be 3 to go for these drivers at the line. Campbell's advantage grows even more. They'll fill him with a bit of confidence. These drivers exiting the carousel as your leader enters the carousel. Pascal Stix, 36 seconds clear. And one of these drivers electing to take the challenge of this race on by himself. We love that you can do this, Ewan. It's one of those unique events in that you can run as a team, you can run by yourself, and it is an endurance race. This is going to be one that Pascal Stix gets out of the rig dripping in sweat with.
Yeah, he'll be finally relieved of so much concentration after about 3 hours and 3/4 here this afternoon. been a very, very tiring race for everybody, I'm sure, and a difficult car. But as I was talking about earlier on, didn't qualify the best. Fourth place for him is absolutely fine, of course. He's on the first 2 rows, but it was the calmness in opening chaos that he really showed to take the race lead here, I feel. Not the quickest driver on the circuit on a couple of times today. I think Sven Haase and Sean Campbell have both been quicker than him at points, if not all of their racing here today. However, Stix has just kept himself out of trouble more. He's not made a single mistake anywhere. He's been clean in traffic. He's got the power down well in the really crucial slow corners in this car. That's where this race has been won and lost. It has been a bit of a race of attrition in that sense, I suppose. And Pascal Stix has come out on top as a result of all of it.
Stayed out of trouble, let's not forget. Had a couple of moments where he did have to avoid the drama, and credit to him for being able to do so. We were 3 wide into turn 1 at the start. Has been a fun affair, to say the very least. GTO race leader, 2 laps to go for him as well. Michael Polishek now 7 almost seconds clear of the Satellite Racing team. There is Niels Kor. Again, 2 solo efforts at the front. Margin of victory going to be slightly bigger than in 2023. But these 2 very much class of the field. I just wonder, if this race wasn't so much of a fuel-saving game, Ewan, what could we have seen between these 2?
Yeah, it makes you wonder, because we haven't really seen a GTO battle play out, if you think about it. I mean, we've seen that group from 5th place on backwards, and that's been fun to see, but that's a group, that's a bit different. Kind of interested to see what would happen with a pairing, stuck together for an entire race, because I personally believe that if they had come out less than a second from each other, these 2, then they would have stayed that way for most of, if not the entirety of, the final part of the stint. So at that point, who goes through when? How do you work that battle out?
White flag in hand for Barney. 1 more lap to go. 123 complete. Just 1 more here at Road America for Pascal Stix at the very front of the field. Don't know if we're really going to be seeing too much fighting between Sean Campbell, David Toth and Casper de Kort. The Marshmallow, Wannabe and Hydra Race Geodesic entries find themselves separated from one another. And I think Campbell has done just enough. He will do 24 full laps on fuel by the time he gets to the end of this race. But a great stint at the end to recover some sort of decent finish.
Exactly, he'll be behind the other driver who's stretching a long stint out here at the end as well, of course. Team PGZ going to finish 4th by the looks of things, with a great strategy here today for Pablo Aurelio Castro, although he does need to make it through 1 more after this one. Surely he doesn't need a late splash and dash for 1 more lap of fuel.
No, he must be good on that. Maybe his heart rate would spike, but I think he has definitely made the most of the alternate strategy after not really getting a time in qualifying and having to fight his way through the back. I think that is, by the way, not a black and yellow entry. It's more of a dark green sort of a tinge to that car as well. So nice little different sort of a nod for the event today. But final couple of corners coming for Pascal Stix here. It's a unique special event in many ways, not just because it can be done as a team, it can be done solo, but because it harkens back to the days when GTP and GTO ruled the roost. We only have 2 cars, 1 in each class, but 2 legends, the Nissan GTP, the Audi GTO. Cars that must be masters, cars that engineers pushed to the very limits. Drivers pushed to the limit here today, but conquering them all, it's Pascal Stix, Core Sim Racing on top, winning in the iRacing Road America 500, powered by SimuCube. 40 seconds will be the wait before we get another GTP driver to the line. Not such a lengthy wait, though, I think, before Michael Polishek will realize his victory is coming. What a great day it's been, Ewan. I mean, this is a great race, and I can't wait to do many more of them.
Yeah, hopefully they do continue, because it's great to go back to these vintage cars, 2 classics of the era back in the late 80s, early 90s. Great to have them in iRacing as well, and have them racing, interacting with one another as well at one of that era's most iconic events as well. Not been run for over 20 years now, but it's great to preserve it in iRacing for another year.
And it's one of those events that maybe we could bring back with the GTP moniker still in existence. Here comes Polishek, though. Just missed out a year ago on the victory, but no missing out this time by. New team for him, Obsidian Racing back-to-back. Michael Polishek wins the iRacing Road America 500. and in dramatic fashion as well. 7 odd seconds, his margin of victory, and I think Pablo may have run out of fuel on his way to the line. He falls behind Team Jacob Reed by the narrowest of margins.
It was a very close margin, all things considered at the end, but seemingly he was out of fuel there. No engine power there as we saw him after the line. Unfortunately, he drops down to 5th place, but he can still pat himself on the back, I think, after a great race.
This has been great. Loved this event once more, and I'm looking forward to following on with the community as they continue to race week on week, but to roll back next year to get to do this once again. We'll take a look at the race results and then wrap things up here from America's National Parker Speed. 40 seconds the margin of victory for Pascal Stix over Nathan Moore. Core Sim Racing, WSR Esports butt kicker, and then Trek Esports grabbing 3rd in what was a great drive through the field for them. Team Jacob Reed just pips Pablo at the end, who only gains 19 positions, while Sean Campbell, able to save his fuel, recovers his Marshmallow Racing car to 6th. Unfortunately, does not go back-to-back. Wannabe SRT 7th in front of the HydroRace Geodesic Racing team in the first of their entries. Fiercely Forward and Scherer round out your top 10 as we get to those cars scored 1 lap down. ATRS and then Twitch Strati 11th and 12th, BP, Lobs Esport, Precision Racing Esports, and then Zenith Net Life Gaming. Those that saw the end, S2R Esports, the first of our DNFs, along with HydroRace Geodesic Racing, Team Hoisingveld, and Samsoid Canaan Esports. Sven Haase for the GridandGo.com Esports team, 21st for them after leading at one point. Isaac Fairweather led out of turn 1 after making it 3 wide, but the Coach Babe Academy car 22nd with BRT, Lobs Esport, TT Pool Service Repair, and Javier Sanchez in his solo effort not seeing the very end. In GTOs, well, 7 seconds the margin between Polishek and Core, but they kept each other company for the first 2.5 odd hours of the race. Obsidian, Satellite, and then Rusty Glacier 1, 2, and 3 before the Kozanoma Roshat solo entry for Norbert Leitner 4th. First car 1 lap down. Why not P1? Well, the Scuderia Dunkersaw cars at least 5th and 6th there for them in front of F1 Friends Cup. Lewis Emerton 8th, solo team 9th for Jan Nosek, and then Blue Chip Racing. Not a GT3 car, but definitely down in 10th. Asako, Prestanda Nomad, Really Slow Motion, Jay Coles, Walk Racing, Joe Bard, Team Jacob O'Reilly, Tony Dibden, and then another one of the Why Not Scuderia Dunkersaw cars. 07 Racing, and rounding out to the totem pole, TSRC, Slow and Confused, ATR, Argentos, and JD Rodriguez. A look top to bottom at our race results. And up next, it should be a good one, let's be honest. If this special event was about the man versus the machine, well, next time when we go racing at the Nordschleife, it's man versus the track. 24 hours, twice around the clock. Ewan, it's one of the most difficult special events, and it comes off the back of a very difficult race as well.
Yeah, it's a difficult part of the season, let's say, in the springtime, as we head towards some more road racing, and then the ovals are going to take over for just a little bit. But it's going to be a very, very key race in terms of staying on the circuit, staying out of those Armco barriers that you can see everywhere around the Nürburgring Nordschleife for 24 hours through the darkness as well. Going to be fantastic to watch. 5 different classes of cars interact with each other for 2 times around the clock on that event. So really looking forward to being back for that one again in a great special event calendar.
And well, let's take a look at that calendar, because it is one that has so much still left to offer through the rest of the calendar year. We've only just started to open the doors on all of these different chapters. I mean, Coke 600, Indy 500 after the trip to the Nürburgring Nordschleife. Then the next of our VCO Grand Slams with 2 spots in the IMSA Esports Global Championship on the line. And then the back half of the year, maybe less endurance racing, but some great stuff thrown in there, including Ewan, that MS charity event.
Yeah, exactly. 2.4 hours, by the way, was the charity event last time. Exactly, so wonder whether we'll see something similar again for that. But yeah, the ovals are going to take over a little bit, so it's worth enjoying these road courses while we have them.
And enjoy them we did. 4 hours of racing blew past us here from America's National Parker Speed, and it's time to bid you farewell. On behalf of our team behind the scenes at RaceSpot TV, For the team at iRacing, thank you so much for joining us. Ewan O'Leary alongside myself, Arjuna Kankipati, signing off from the iRacing Road America 500 presented by Simucube. A great win for Core Sim Racing, a back-to-back win for Obsidian Racing, and smiles for all with legendary machines rolling on legendary racing here at Road America. We'll see you next time. So long.